Summary.
A demon wolf, hellhound hybrid, found and lost his mate one sunny afternoon. Now he's searching for her. Everywhere he goes, he thinks he scents her. Swears he can hear her Rinatada Reynolds, a fairy, a restaurateur, staying to herself. Avoiding wolves when she can ... her experience with them being anything but positive. She's not quite human ... but she prefers no one knows about her fairy side. Time will tell if these two find their way to each other.
Prologue.
He ran. He needed it. He was angry and frustrated and needing to vent on his own body to find relief. He's running for all he's worth through the forests surrounding the Appalachian Trail. Heracles mutters in his mind, "I don't know why you let him get to us this much. He is nothing to us, rejecting us at such a young age, and now that he realizes how powerful we are, he wants us back? Fuck him. He is not our father. Charles is our father. Matthew and Kenneth are our brothers. I'm just running my frustration out. We will be fine. I'm just confused as to why 15 years, and neither he nor any of his other sons have tried to contact us. Nothing. And now they expect us to just drop in for a visit. Stop? Stop? Do you smell that? Follow that smell. I am trying to scent direction. Is it our mate? I'm telling you, it's her. Follow it. What is that? Gardenia and something. Ugh, what? He rounds a tree and sees her. She's with a group of several girls, hiking the trail with a guide. They're heading back down the mountain. He kept pace with the group, well hidden in the dark of the forest. He watched her closely, entranced by her very being. He memorizes every detail, her 5 frame and her fiery red waist-length hair, her perfect ass in ripped jeans, her tiny hands and feet, and her face, the face of an angel. What color are her eyes? Her full lips and adorable turned-up nose. And her ears, her precious little ears, pointed at the very tip. Who is she? Follow her bus. We have to follow her bus. We can't. We will come back in the morning with Aaron and Brian. We will track her scent. No, we wait, and we will lose her, Orion. We weren't supposed to have a mate. Everyone told us we wouldn't get one. And now we do, and you're going to lose her. We won't lose her. We can track her scent. If you lose her, I will bite you. Again, Hera, not possible. I will lick every toilet seat I see for a solid month. Well, that he will do. The next morning, Orion told Aaron and Brian he needed them to help him track his mate. They shot question after question at him, but he had no real answers, so they headed to the Appalachian forest to pick up her scent. But luck was against him. It had stormed in the night, and all scent traces were lost. And so began the search for the mate he was told would never be his. Orion Demeter is a hybrid wolf, half hellhound and half demon, making him the strongest wolf in the world. Hellhounds aren't born one. Their blood changes in puberty, and they are only recognized at their first shift. They have a distinctive odor of flame and brimstone. All hellhounds' eyes burn red when they're shifted, except the higher ranks, and only one has eyes the color of turquoise. Their king Orion Demeter. He has been called Lucifer, Satan, Devil. None of those names bothered him. He knows he is directly descended from the first hellhound, the only one to ever escape from hell. His father, upon realizing his mistress was half demon wolf, murdered her, blaming her for the abomination of her child. He is the bastard son of Alpha Eldon Demeter of Blackwater Pack in Canada. At the age of 6, when he first shifted, it was obvious what he was, and his father and brothers nearly beat him to death. He was dragged to the edge of the border and left for dead. His adopted brothers Matthew and Kenneth found him, essentially saving his life. Their father, Charles, raised Orion as his own, helping him learn to control his demon, trained him, teaching him how to use his powers. Hellhounds are larger, stronger and harder to kill than any other wolf. Orion is now their alpha. He travels all over the continent, accepting all hellhounds into his family. Otherwise, they are murdered. People destroy what they don't understand.
Chapter 1, Working on It.
2 years. It's been 2 years, and he has decided to put his search on hold. Heading to the northwestern edge of the country to Cedar Springs, a small town made up of humans and shifters, whose only claim to fame is a 5-star Michelin restaurant making news in every travel brochure on the planet. He's heading to meet with the Alpha to the north of the town. They want an alliance with him for his strength, and he is looking to put down roots to grant his pack the stability and security. The land is prime property and large enough to settle his people on. Heracles has been mostly silent the last several months. They constantly argue because his wolf thinks he has given up the search for their mate. He hasn't, but he has other priorities right now, primarily locating a forever home for their pack. Tell me again, what is this Alpha's name? And why are we meeting at this restaurant? And why in the fuck is his daughter going to be there? Orion snarls out. His name is Lionel, and apparently this restaurant has the best cuisine this side of the world. His daughter, Alicia, is along as the icing on the cake of this alliance. A package deal. And snarling at me isn't going to make this day any better, Abraham responds. And why, pray tell, why would I care that his daughter is being offered as a sacrificial lamb? I just want this deal agreed upon and done. Heracles needs his mate, and I am fighting him every step of the way to get this done. He's the snarler, not me, Orion replies. Abraham just shakes his head as they pull up to the restaurant. Walking into the restaurant, Orion steps to the hostess podium, telling her which party he is there to meet. She looks him up and down, saying she gets off at 5. He says, "Happy for you." "Now my table?" she huffs, but leads them to Alpha Lionel's private dining room. After introductions were made and hands shaken, Lionel said, "My daughter has been most excited to meet with you," to which Orion merely grunted. Abraham shakes his head and links play nice for an hour. "I will have what we need. If she brushes against my thigh one more time, she'll be hopping out of here on a stump, trying not to break her until he signs. At least not promising shit." "Lionel, we are here to discuss an alliance. Not for your daughter to seduce my Alpha," Abraham starts. Lionel responds, "Oh no, she's just excited to finally meet the Black Alpha." "Yes, be that as it may, we are prepared to offer our protection, along with 10 residing warriors, for a period of 6 months to train your own warriors, in exchange for the rights and possession of the eastern and southern properties, including the town of Cedar Springs, as well as allowing any hellhounds in your pack to be released to Orion." Abraham summarizes, "I have no say in the town. It is run by 9 council members that make every decision regarding their community. As for south and east, you are welcome to it. My pack isn't large enough to develop it anyway. There is an abandoned campground on the south side, a large lodge, and about 20 cabins and outbuildings. They aren't up to code, and I'm sure the cost to bring them up is astronomical. I would amend the agreement to 20 warriors, and to extend their time with us to a year," Lionel replied. "No, the deal stands. We will find what we need to about the town on our own. And girl, do not rub my leg again," Orion retorts. "Heracles is growling. She touches us again, snap her neck. Or you could eat her? I'm not eating skank. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth." Everyone glances at Orion when he chuckles. Abraham shakes his head. "I can agree to your demands, on the condition we revisit the warrior training in 6 months," Lionel says. Abraham slid the documents over in front of him, and he signed. Then, over to Orion. Once the documents were signed, he handed a copy to Lionel and placed the other in his briefcase. "The food here is to die for. The chef is a mousy little thing, but she can cook. Wait until she delivers the dessert. You'll see what I mean," Alicia says, as she rubs his forearm. "Break her hand off. Only mate touches us. Do it, or I will lick our balls." As entertaining as that sounds, I have no desire to taste wolf ball sweat Heracles, and I can't break off her hand in public. However, if you enjoy this beef Wellington with me, I will let you kill stuff tonight, fine. But I want to kill a bunch. Orion sighs and Abraham says, "He giving you fits?" Artemis is grumbling too. Orion just nods. Is dessert coming soon? I have another meeting to attend in an hour. I would like to set up a definite time to meet at your pack house to search for any unshifted hounds. Orion tells Lionel, I would like for you to be there no later than 5. That way we can meet with and settle the warriors into their quarters. And perhaps you might join us for dinner, Lionel responds. Orion looks at Abraham, who nods and then shrugs. Orion links him, what the fuck? Dinner? And you nod? We have to suck a few lemons to get what we need, ha? You suck lemons. Orion looks up to see a tiny woman pushing a tea cart towards their table. Welcome to Rinata's. I hope you enjoyed your meal. Dessert is on me. And she lights a pan on fire in front of his eyes. Renata grins, cherries flambe, enjoy. And she places a cloche over the flames. As they were walking out, stop, damn it. I smell magnolias. I can't smell anything over the food. Are you sure? All the way across the country? Seems implausible. I'm not wrong. I smell her. Your sniffer's broke. My sniffer is fine, hairball. Artemis pipes and I'm smelling magnolias too. Why don't we go to the lounge and have a drink? Maybe we'll figure it out. Grabbing stools at the bar, Abraham orders a scotch, while Orion asks for whiskey. Busy little place. I can understand it though. My chicken cordon bleu was melt in your mouth perfection, Abraham remarks. The bartender jumps in with, that's all, Rennie, every recipe is hers. And she oversees the chefs to make certain they follow them to a T. She's magical, that little girl. She owns the place? Orion asks, and receives a nod. Abraham mumbles, talkative fella. Orion chuckles. He hears a sweet little voice saying, Levy, I got the bar, take your break. And the bartender nods and heads to the back. Renata turns to the patrons, checking everyone's drinks. She looks at Orion and asks, refill? Your glass is running dry. And she smiles. Not just any smile. One that could stop time. He reached across the bar and touched her hand. She snatched it back, saying, sorry. I don't like to be touched, sorry, and walks down to the other end of the bar. It's her. I don't know how, but it's her. I felt sparks. Her scent is surrounding me now, and Heracles is beating a hole in my head with his tail. Orion whispers to Abraham, she's human? I'm not smelling wolf. This opens up a whole can of worms for you. Does she know about wolves? How will you even approach this? How do you tell her if she doesn't? Abraham asks. I don't know, Abraham. I know I am not letting her go again. Heracles really will find a way to bite me. What are the odds that the very day I decide to postpone my search, here she is? It doesn't seem possible. Find out where she lives, what time she gets off work, her last name, everything, Orion says. Already linked Brian to get on all that, and any background on her aversion to touch. There's a story there, for certain. Abraham responds. Refills are on me, gentlemen. I must apologize for a few moments ago. It's not so much the touching I abhor. It's the suddenness. Being startled. Allow me to start again. Hi, Renata Reynolds. A pleasure to meet you, she says, holding her hand out. Orion takes his, holding it lightly, and says, Orion Demeter, at your service. She giggles and says, why do they call you the Black Alpha? Rainbows up your ass. She knows about wolves. How do you know what they call me? He asks her. She smiles sweetly, saying, Alicia has done nothing but talk about it all over town. She appears to be your biggest fan, which makes sense, I suppose. She said you're her mate? And whiskey is spit all over Rennie's face, and draining out of Orion's nose. Abraham just gapes. She is not my fucking mate. I just met her less than 2 hours ago. I have a mate. I'm looking at her, Orion says and watches panic overtake her lavender eyes. What? No. How do you know? Are you going to reject me too? How many mates does someone get? I'm all excuse me. As she runs to the back. What in the fuck was that? Reject her too? I want information now. And he storms out of the restaurant with Abraham on his heels. Climbing into his truck, Orion slams the door, trying to get his breathing under control. As Abraham says, I have her address. Brian has some information. Not much yet. And Aaron has run out to that campground to see if anything's salvageable. What? I want information on her. Not everything else right now. Working on it, bossman. Let's just get to the hotel, and we can figure this out together. Comes back at him. Nodding, he starts the truck.
Chapter 2, Dish Duty.
Renata ran out the back door of the restaurant, yelling, "Lock up tonight, Barney," as she went. She started the car and backed out, heading to her house. A mate? Another mate? How is this possible? But it feels different this time. Her heart feels different. All the signs she had been told about are there. All of them. The scent, the sparks, the pull in her chest. Before it was just the scent. She's scared. And she's scarred. The Black Alpha? Will he beat her? Kill her? Why is this happening? She stands in her kitchen, looking at the mountain of dishes she had cooked in her frenzy. She pulled her earphones out and sighed. Taking out plasticware, she began to portion out the lasagna and chicken Alfredo. The spinach quiche was covered in foil for later. It was too much, and would go to the orphanage tomorrow. Her head gets lost in the clouds, and this is what happens. It's late afternoon. Renata decides she needs fresh air. She changes into jeans and hiking boots and heads out to the waterfall past the old campground. She is lost in thought again, trying to stem her tears. She walks directly into a huge man, ending on her ass. I am so sorry. I didn't see you there. Although I don't see how that argument can hold water, seeing as how you're big as a house. How freaking tall are you? Oh, Renata Reynolds, nice bumping into you, I guess, she rambles. The giant rumbles with laughter. Aaron Clark, at your service. What has you so pensive that you didn't see this house? And I'm 6'7". How tall are you? He responds to her. She giggles, a tinkling sound that warms him to his soul. She replies, I'm 5 even, and I met my mate today. Or I met another mate today. I don't know. It's confusing. Can you have 2 mates? And if you can, does that mean this second one will beat and torture me until he rejects me? Are you busy? I really need someone to listen, and if I'm imposing, then just say so. I'm not great making friends. No, scratch that. I make friends. They just don't stick around long. And I'm rambling again. Always when my brain overloads. I'm sorry. He stands there, mouth open, amazed how fast she talks. He mind-links Orion. Hey, bro. Just leaving the campground. Serious question, though. Can I take a couple hours to sit with this little woman who bumped into me? She seems seriously rattled, going on about 2 mates. And meeting the other one today. Confusing, but entertaining as fuck. Is her name Renata? Yeah, you know her? I'm the second mate. See what you can learn, shit dude. She's already said a lot. I will do my best. Aaron says, lead the way, milady. I am yours for the afternoon. And he took off following her on her hike. You're a wolf, right? I can tell. Wolves have such distinctive features. I have never seen an ugly wolf. Have you? Do they make ugly wolves? I'm not a wolf. Not that I wouldn't make a good one. Because I would. I would make a damn fine wolf, right? Oh shit. Fuck me. Are you in Orion's pack? You must be. I know you aren't with Lionel. You seem too caring, she rambles on. Slow down, little fairy. Let's sit right here and enjoy the waterfall. Let it soothe our nerves. Yes, my brother and I are both part of Orion's pack. I am his beta, and you would make a fine wolf, but that's a conversation for another day. How about you tell me about this first mate, Hin? Maybe we can puzzle this out together. He tries soothing her. Almost 2 years ago, I was living in Maine, just graduated from culinary school and working at my first job, sous chef in an upscale restaurant. The night after my 18th birthday, a group of men came in. They ate dinner and asked to see the chef to thank him, and the bastard sent me to the table. Anyway, they were from pack north of Bangor. The alpha said his name is Luke, and he's my mate. I said no, that couldn't be right. None of the signs were there. They left shortly after that. 2 weeks later, I wake up in this cold, wet place, chained to a wall. Every day, every damn day, he was there, screaming at me, saying I am his mate. Every day I said no, and every time I said no, he beat me. He whipped me. He burned me. He cut me, she cried. Aaron pulled her to him and hugged her tight, just holding her. Orion? Did you get all that, Orion? He's running. He needs it, Abraham. Did y'all hear everything? Yes. It's why he's running. Keep the link open. I need as much info as you can get. I escaped. One of the serving girls slipped me a key in a sandwich one night. I waited until after midnight, and I tricked the guard. I managed to get past him, and I ran. I ran for days. I had to stop every couple days to rest, and I reached the outskirts of a town. Somewhere in Kansas, I think, before I collapsed. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and when they finally let me go, I ran again. Her cries are sniffles now, but she stays leaned against him. Tell me, Fairy, what pack was this? Do you remember anything about it? He asks. She whispered. How do you know? Aaron looks confused. Know what? How do you know I'm a fairy? You aren't going to tell anyone? Please? They will try to burn me at the stake again. I have laid low. I haven't used any magic around anyone. Please don't tell, she whimpers. First of all, I didn't know. I should have. I mean, look at you. I just call you that as a term of endearment. You see, little fairy, you have found your way into my heart already. Now, let me tell you what I do know. This Luke character was not your mate, so until I can investigate him further, I am afraid I can't shed any light on the why of it. If you feel sparks, if your chest feels empty when you aren't around each other, if you smell a scent that you know you would be happy smelling for the rest of your life, then that's your mate. He smiles at her. All of that, all those things happened with Orion. I'm scared. Will he hurt me? Will I be locked up again? Too many questions. Too much, she responds. He will never harm you. True mates are incapable of that. And Orion has searched for you a long time. But that's not my story to tell. Do you live nearby? It's getting dark and you need dinner. I'll walk you. Standing, he pulls her to her feet. She says, I already cooked dinner. I actually cooked 6 dinners. I get carried away. Sometimes I get lost in my head, and then I look around and I have done a lot. Like one time, I was lost in my head and I painted the whole downstairs of my house. All of it. Just like that. Hey, you want to stay for dinner? I have a lot. Maybe your brother can come over. That would be nice. I never have guests. Say yes, please? And all Aaron could so was stare at the way she just talks nonstop. It's cute, actually. He mind-linked the guys and told them to come to her house. Free food. And maybe she would talk to Orion. Then he grinned down at her and said, lead the way. They walked in silence for a while, and he watched her closely, not knowing if she was lost in her head, but not willing to take the chance she wasn't. He linked Orion again. Hey, bro. You better? Yes. Heracles is calmer. He wants to see her, or kill someone. He's not decided. I want that alpha. Brian will run it down. We will know who we kill by tonight. We are almost to her address. Where are you? Coming through her backyard, I believe. Oh, fuck. There's someone out front? Are they your friends? Have them come in? Help yourselves to drinks. The liquor cabinet is in the living room. I'll take a bourbon on the rocks, if you're asking, she giggles. Orion steps quietly into the kitchen and just watches her. We are going to run that prick to ground. Gonna pop his nuts like grapes. Okay, Heracles. I know. I fuked up. I let her slip away 2 years ago, and that fuker found her. There's so much information we need. No, all I need is his name. I will find him, and I will use his eyes for ping-pong balls. You can't even play ping-pong. You need hands, hairball. Asshole. Rennie spins around to put a hot pan on the counter and, ag. How long have you been standing there? You need to wear a bell or something. Scared the living fucall out of me like that. I could have burned you. Oh, is that mine? She rattles off as she sees her drink. He laughs and says, I will holler next time. Will that work? She nods and replies, yes, that would be good. I startle easily anymore, so a little warning would be good. Now, take these and set the table. Food's out in a minute, shoving plates in his hands. He walks into the dining room and looks over at his men. Reckon I'm on dish duty? And they laugh.
Chapter 3. Can we have a slumber party?
Renata moved into the dining room with 2 bottles of wine and pointed at the wine glasses on the sideboard and pointed at Brian. He grinned and asked, Are we playing charades? At her look, he held his hands up in front of himself and said, Joking. Everyone laughed. Once everyone was seated, she stated, There's a whole lot of whatever you might want Alfredo tetrazzini and fricassee all chicken, Wellington braised and stroganoff, all beef spare ribs and brisket pork. There's garlic roasted potatoes and candied carrots, as well as cheesy cauliflower. Help yourselves. And please introduce the ones I haven't met. Abraham says, I apologize. I didn't give you my name earlier. I am Abraham. My rank is on par with Aaron's, but I am called the lieutenant, mostly because I handle all legalities our pack deals with. Brian grins ear to ear and says, I'm Brian, and I'm Gamma. That means I'm going to be your best friend. And he watches surprise. Then joy skitter across her face, and she whispers, You're Gamma and my best friend? Why? Because you are my Luna, and Gamma's job is to protect Luna. So he will be spending a lot of time with you, Orion tells her. Her full lips make an O, and she asks, Can't you all be my friend? I really like Aaron, and Abraham seems so nice. And I have never had 3 whole friends before. Orion chuckles and says, Absolutely. Renata watched as most of food was eaten. Her heart felt so happy. They liked it, right? They must have. There's hardly anything left. Should she make some more? She better make some more. She stood to head to the kitchen, and Aaron says, Sit down. Little fairy, we have had more than enough dinner. Get out of your head. And everyone laughs, and Aaron tells them. She does that a lot. It's fun. And everyone laughed. After we're done here, and Aaron and Brian have cleaned up, we would like to sit and talk with you, if we may. I would like you to know all about us. Is that all right? Orion asks. She nods and looks down. Then she speaks in a small voice. I told Aaron some about me, and if you are going to share with me, then I will tell you about me. You aren't going to beat me, are you? Orion reached for her hand and told her a true mate is incapable of harming each other, and Heracles would find a way to bite me if I tried. She giggled and said, Okay then. Orion sat beside her on the sofa and began telling her about himself. I was born to an alpha, a man who fathered 9 sons by 4 different women. I was his only son by him, with my mother. My mother was what is known as a demon wolf, so I am a hybrid. My wolf is the strongest wolf on the planet. He is larger, stronger, faster, and meaner than any other. When I shifted at 6 years old, my scent was different, and my father recognized me for what I am. He and my brothers nearly beat me to death and threw my body off packlands. 2 teenage boys from a neighboring pack found me and convinced their father to help me, and he took me to their hospital where I recovered. My dad, Charles, adopted me. I was blessed with a family who loves me. Do you have any questions so far? Why did he not like you after you shifted? Are you ugly? I have heard about demon wolves, and they are supposed to be mean. But I don't like rumors, and I never think bad of anybody until I know them. And what was wrong with your scent? I'm so confused. You smell like pine nuts and fresh snow to me. They all smell like a piney campfire in winter. Ag, are you all demon wolves then? So cool. Can I see? Can I see your wolves? Oh, please, she begged. We aren't exactly demon wolves. We are something more, Orion said. And because of what we are, we have been told we would never have mates, that we would have to fall in love like humans and never feel the soul connection wolves have. She huffs. That isn't fair. It isn't true. You have me, and I will help everyone else find their mates. I know. I can have a big party. Can I invite anyone or only wolves? No, no. That can't be right. I can invite anyone. Because you have me, and I'm not a wolf, right? Maybe you aren't supposed to be mated to wolves. But other beings like me, why would someone tell you that? That's mean. I can have it in the banquet rooms at the restaurant. I will call Barney. I will be right back. Wait here. And she stood up to get a phone. Aaron says, Sit down, little fairy. We still have more to tell you. He looks at the guys and smiles great big, saying, See, that's fun, right? I think her brain overloads, and it all pours out her mouth at once. And they all laugh. Renata, we are hellhounds. I am a direct descendant of the only hellhound who escaped from hell. We are not born a hellhound, and we aren't sure how it happens. Almost as if the goddess or the fates decide which wolves will be stronger, and somehow our DNA changes us into what we are, Orion tells her. She sucks her breath in and asks, like Cerberus, O me goddess, does Heracles have 3 heads? Can I see him now? You may want to nip that in the bud before she takes off running with her thoughts. They all laugh and Orion tells her no. He only has 1 head. She claps her hands and says, I can't wait. Then she jumps up and runs out of the room. And they all look at each other. What the fuck just happened? Aaron shrugs. She's in her head again. She'll be back. And everyone laughs. Does she do that often? Brian asks, and Aaron says, a bit, yet took me a while to get used to it. And in the 3 hours I spent with her before dinner, I think her brain ran away 4 times. And they all cracked up. You have to see this. I have had this book since my mother died. I knew I had read about hellhounds. I know how you were created. There is hellhound DNA in every wolf, and each wolf that is born are watched over by the fates, the 3 sisters of the Morai. If a wolf pup shows great strength in infancy, the fates activate their dormant hellhound DNA. They are the protectors of wolf kind, and because they are fated wolves, and practically immortal, ordinary wolf shifters fear them. How could they not know this? Why would they not teach this as regular curriculum? You are supposed to protect them from great evil, and they treat you like shit. That has to stop. I have to look into getting high school curriculum changed. Who do I call? I'm going to Google it. Brian says, Luna, want to see my wolf? And she jumps up and down, clapping her hands. The guys all look at him, and Heracles says, I think he offered to shut her up. And he's rolling around in Orion's head, laughing hysterically. Orion takes her hand, and they all go out back. I want to see everyone. I want to know names, please. Brian, what is your wolf's name? Orion looks at her smiling. You know mine is Heracles. Abraham's is Artemis, Aaron's is Achilles, and Brian's is Basil. Now you know, so we will shift. And they all stripped and shifted before she even saw. She gasped, clapped her hands, and said, Here, boy, come here, boy. And all the guys started laughing. Be a good boy, Heracles. She's calling you. She knows I'm not a dog, right? I think she just sees you as hers buddy. Renata ran her hands over each of them, telling them they are good boys, and cooing at them. And all 4 men were laughing hysterically at the grumbling of their hounds. She sat down on the ground and Heracles put his gigantic head in her tiny lap. She rubbed his ears and his forehead. Then she said, Is this paw print a birthmark? It's so pretty. It glows. Mine only glows on full moons. And she pulled her top over to the side to reveal the same mark he has, on her left side, just above her breast. Orion shifted back immediately, staring at the mark, and she started giggling. She says, As pretty as you are, could you cover up? Orion looks over at Abraham and said, Find out what this means. I know it means she was always meant to be mine, but we need to know the symbolism. Were you born with it? Orion asks. She nods. Then she says, But it only started glowing 2 years ago. Luke said it is a curse. That's why he would beat me. Told me he had to beat the curse out of me. And I told him, well, he was stark raving mad, and I would rather be cursed than crazy, Aaron says. Yeah, it was crazy to taunt your captor. So I think that ship has sailed. Just saying. Everyone laughed. That's a fair point. Okay, men. We have kept my lady up long enough. May we see you for breakfast? Orion asked. Please don't go. I have 6 bedrooms. You can all have a room. I can fix us all breakfast. I grind my own coffee. You will all like it. Please? I have new friends. Please say you'll stay. Orion links votes. Absolutely. Fresh coffee. Homemade breakfast. Okay then. Aaron, you and Brian run to the hotel and grab our bags. We will stay, my sweet mate. The boys are running to the hotel and get our bags, Orion told her. And she's off. Yay. I have to put clean sheets on the beds and get fresh linens for the bathrooms. And soap, and toothpaste and shampoo. I will be right back. I will get plates, and we can all sit and have dessert and coffee before bed. It's like a slumber party. Can we have a slumber party? We can play 20 questions and tell ghost stories. Babe, how about we help with all that? Orion asks, and she nods and runs for the stairs. Abraham is cracking up, isn't she? And they both laugh.
Chapter 4, Dinner is Cancelled. Orion's POV.
Aaron is heading into town to order the supplies he needs to renovate the structures on the campground. The lodge isn't quite big enough for a pack house, but he's going to add another 20 bedrooms on the east side of it and look into putting in a pool. The interior can be opened up into one great room with a dining hall and kitchen off one end, a study and library, and the first floor will be done. Abraham and I are going to the campground to claim it as Darkshadow's pack, and Renata has gone to the restaurant to bake all the breads and desserts she will need for the day. I'm amazed how well the restaurant does. She told me last night how much she brings in, and she's only open 5 hours a day. She has 3 chefs and 2 sous chefs, 2 bartenders and 12 servers, as well as 1 slutty hostess. Her words, and Brian said, and a partridge in a pear tree. Apparently, that was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. We get out of the truck here, at the campground, and we walked to the center of our land, and I knelt on one knee. Mother Moon, I beseech thee, bless this land, and make it hallowed. Here to reside all Hellhound and their kind. We are welcome. We are family. We are one. I sliced a deep gash into my palm and squeezed my fist tight. 6 drops hit the ground and absorbed into the earth, and a wave of power rolled over the land. I looked at Abraham, handed him the dagger, and said, Call them home. We all got together at Renata's restaurant to have lunch, and she served us herself. I can't stop staring at her. She's so beautiful, inside and out. I have been blessed. The way she jumps to defend us, wants to have a party to help everyone find a mate. How angry she is at my birth family. I am blown away by her. I pulled her off to the side. I have to go to Lionel's pack to finalize this alliance. We will be back by 9. Will you be awake? She smiles and says, "Oh yes, I will make dinner." I tell her it's going to be a business dinner, and she shakes her head. She laughs. "Don't eat anything there. Why do you think Lionel knows my restaurant so well and has his own dining room?" And she giggles again, and I just want to listen to it all day. She says, "Orion, don't let that Alicia touch what is mine. If she does, if she lays her hands on you, you remind her I have meat cleavers and I know how to use them." And she kisses my cheek, smiles that smile that stops my heart, and walks away. My woman. We all climb in the truck to head to Lionel's, and Brian speaks up. "I found a few things about our ferry. Did you know there is major differences between ferries and ferries?" Aaron spins in his seat. "What the fuck is wrong with you? What kind of fucking question is that? Ferries and ferries? The fuck?" Brian gets agitated. No, ferries and fairies. Two entirely different species. One species is rotten to the core, practice all the dark arts, can cast curses, and the other is only capable of kindness, generosity, and love, no matter how much you hurt them. It is physically impossible for a fairy to hate. They experience negative emotions, and they lose their shit, but it only lasts about 5 minutes. Then they're over it. Guess which one our fairy is? All 3 of us say the second one. And we laugh. Then Brian says, "I told you that, to tell you this. When Luna first got here, a few people, 5 exactly, discovered she was a fairy by catching her healing a tree someone had carved into. When asked what she was doing, she responded, 'Couldn't you hear her weeping?' And right there and then, those 5 people decided she was a fairy and had to die. They grabbed her and tied her to the tree she had healed and set her on fire. The report read, she cried for the tree. She apologized to the tree, while those people laughed at her. The sky lit up and lightning flashed down in the middle of the 5, killing 2. The clouds gathered and it rained for 3 days. Some say she did it, some say divine intervention. Either way, it saved her life. The people who survived never paid for what they did. The mayor in town wanted to charge her in the 2 deaths, but couldn't get any backers. For the most part, it was just swept under the rug. And Alpha, my line for the day?" I nodded. Knowing what I am about to hear will make me want to snap a neck. The 3 survivors are part of Lionel's pack. One of them is his daughter. The truck swerved hard left, and I battled a few moments to right it. Before I could snatch him back, Heracles pushed through I want him, and that pack destroyed. Aaron looks at Abraham and says I fucking hate when he does that. Abraham nods. "Me too. I think I peed my pants." And just like that, the atmosphere inside the truck relaxed. I told Brian any more tidbits could wait. He'd already used his one line today. He mumbled he could use Aaron's, and we all laughed again. Pulled up the driveway to the pack house, I look at Abraham and ask him, "Is that pink?" Abraham shakes his head and says, "I think they call it salmon." And I say, "Well, excuse the fuck out of me. That shit is pink." I sigh. I don't want to be here in the first place. Now I want to rip that girl's head off. May as well get this show on the road. As we reach the bottom step of the porch, the front doors open and Lionel steps out. "Alpha Orion, good of you to come. This is my Luna, Lisa. And you know my daughter, Alicia. Come in, come in." We walk inside, and Lionel requests we follow him to his office. Walking down the hall, that girl kept rubbing my wrist, my forearm twice. I ignored it. Heracles did not. The 4th time she did it, he growled so loud 2 windows shattered. Abraham snapped his head at me. I said, Don't look at me. He's never sorry. I sat down across from Lionel and asked why we were in his office when all I want to do is see if he has any budding hellhounds. He said, I thought we could have a glass of whiskey while you wait for the pack to gather. And to ascertain when I might expect your warriors? I said, my people are 3 days out. My pack are on their way home, so 4 days, I suppose. We walked outside, and all pups from 4 to 16 had assembled, and I hear Aaron say, I smell one, not with the pups. This way. And we followed him as I caught the scent. I follow it around the house. To the kitchen, still not seeing my hound. The scent leads me to a door behind the pantry. What the actual fuck? I yank on the door, breaking it off its hinges, and see 4 women huddled in a corner. I whisper, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to take you out of here. I link Aaron blankets, now basement, beside the pantry, and he runs in less than 2 minutes later. 4 she-hounds under the age of 16, locked in a basement. Injured, filthy. I had reached the front yard and had Lionel by the throat, pinned to the wall. What the fuck was that? Huh? You hate hounds like you hate fairies? You signed an alliance with me, knowing you had my hounds prisoner? Are you out of your fucking mind? Maybe I should burn this place to the ground. After all, your daughter likes fire, right? And I dropped him to the ground. I looked back at Lionel. I will honor the alliance for the 6 months my warriors are here. One more wrong move, and I will bury you. I turn to Abraham and ask, any more? And he answers, 4, 1 is 7, and the others are 13, 14, and 16 respectively. The parents of the 7-year-old don't want to be without their son. Bring them along, I say. Then, reserve rooms at the hotel. We have a dinner date with our Luna. Well, Lionel, I say, it's been real and it's been fun, but it ain't been real fun. Dinner is canceled. Load up, men. We're going home. That was easier said than done. The 4 girls were terrified and had to be talked off a limb several times. The other kids' families wanted to leave with them as well. We had to call for 2 more trucks, and we are finally pulling into Rinata's driveway, and it's 9:30.
Chapter 5. Holy shit, I love you.
Everyone is starving, and the smells coming from the house are making it worse. Brian was the first in the door, followed by the other 3. Renata immediately asks, how was everything? Is everyone okay? Ryan walks over to her and hugs her tight to him and breathed her in. She looks over his shoulder and says, Suo, not good? And even Orion chuckled into her shoulder. They all sat down to dinner. She has kept it simple, making London broil with mashed potatoes, gravy with a green bean casserole. She knew their day had been long, and there's nothing better than comfort food to settle a day like that. After dinner, they all gathered in the living room to let her know what had happened, and she was angry. That scumbag, that piece of shit, he thinks it's okay to treat our people like that? Like slaves? I will cut his balls off and deep fat fry them and feed them to his wife. What kind of man is he? I want to see the girls. Can we go see them? I can bring bandages and coffee. I will make coffee. Give me a minute. Those poor girls. Baby, come out of your head. We have had the girls seen by a doctor, and I will take you in the morning, with coffee if you want, to see them. Orion calms her. He looks over at Abraham, who has his head down, but his shoulders are shaking. And forget about Brian and Aaron. They've fallen against each other on the couch laughing. And his little fairy isn't the least bit bothered by the laughter. He leads her to a chair and sits her on his lap, very quietly. He says, I gave you yesterday and today to get used to us, right? She nods. And you are going to accept me as your mate, yeah? And again she nods. Then whispers, I am covered in scars. I'm not so pretty, so I want to show you first. Then I will tell you what happened. And she stood up and lifted her shirt off. Orion gasped, and all 3 boys started snarling and growling. And Orion said, run. and all three took off out the back door. She whispered, "I'm sorry. I didn't want to make them mad," Orion said. "Not mad, baby, sad." "Why are they sad?" she asked him. He said, "Someone hurt you, and they couldn't stop it. That makes them sad," he answered. Then he asked, "Can I see them all?" And she stepped out of her jeans and stood there. He looked at each one, touching them, kissing some. He whispers, "These aren't ugly. These are signs you didn't give up. He didn't best you. They're your badges of honor, your proof you are a survivor." He smiled and said, "Now put your clothes back on. The guys will be back in a minute, and only I get to see that much of your body." And he popped her on the ass. The guys came back in, and she fed them raspberry cheesecake with coffee. Brian looked at her and said, "Renai, what can you tell me about Luke?" She sighed and laid her head on Orion's shoulder. "He isn't a bad-looking guy, crass vulgar. He's about 6 tall, dirty blonde hair, brown eyes. Oh, he has a scar behind his right ear, down his neck. His breath stinks, like dead fish and garlic. I remember thinking, if that is the scent of your mate the goddess talked about, she sure got this one wrong." And they all cracked up. "His pack is somewhere in New York, I think. Or maybe Pennsylvania. I'm not really sure. I saw signs Erie, I think. After I had been running several hours. I don't even know if Luke is his real name. I didn't see anyone except 3 guards and the server girl who helped me escape. I wasn't the only one there, though. I would hear other girls screaming at night. He would beat me double because I was sassy and refused to scream. It was easy. Just go inside my head, and he can't hurt me. Not with that fire poker. Not with the knife, and not with that stupid whip. He knew I was a fairy, though. He chained me with iron shackles." "Why did you cry and apologize to the tree when they set you on fire?" Orion asked. "She was in pain, and she was dying. It was my fault. I didn't call the rain soon enough. I thought I could do it, but I had never tried to manipulate the weather before." "She says?" Orion asked. "Is that why it rained for 3 days? You didn't know how to stop it?" She laughs and says, "No, that was when I discovered if I cry it rains." Orion told them all it was time to call it a night, and they all headed off to bed. As he was walking into his room, Renata stands in his doorway and asks, "Could you sleep in my room tonight?" When I remember what happened, I don't sleep well, so maybe we can just talk a while." And he scooped her up bridal style and carried her into her room. He stripped to his boxers and climbed under her covers. She ran in the bathroom and brushed her teeth, slipped on sleep shorts and a kami, and got into bed beside him. He rolled towards her, and he reached his hand and wrapped a red curl around his finger. "I, Orion Demeter, accept you, Renata Reynolds, as my mate," he whispered. She turned to him and repeated her acceptance of him. He leaned forward and kissed her. Then he wrapped her in his arms, and they fell asleep almost immediately. "Orion, wake up. What is it? Someone is out back. I hear them breathing. How long?" 10 minutes, maybe. Artemis, Achilles, Basil. Backyard now. I'm on my way." Orion slams through the back door, and 75 feet from the door, Renata's garden is on fire and Heracles roars. Renata came out the door at a dead run. She's saying, "No," they're crying, and it starts to rain. Achilles, Artemis, and Basil howled out their anguish at their Luna's sadness. I led her back in the house and sit her down, starting coffee. I linked the guys to find me something. I want to know who tonight. She sips her coffee and says, "I have to go to the nursery and get plants. I will replant in remembrance." Orion looks at her for a long moment. "Do you have any enemies you can think of?" She laughed, says, "2, only 1 local though. I'm sure Luke is looking for me, but I don't see fire being his style." And she laughs again. Resilient girl. The guys came back in and said the rain washed all scent away. Then a thought occurred to Orion, and he asked, Renata, 2 years ago, when you were hiking the Appalachian, did something happen to make you cry? She sat a few minutes, thinking back. I went hiking on a senior class trip. I was 4 days from my birthday, but when it was time to board the bus, I felt like my heart was breaking. I didn't want to leave. I cried all the way home. He scooped her into his arms and onto his lap. He buried his nose in her neck. It was my fault. I scented you, and I followed you, all the way to the bus. I couldn't stay. I had to be somewhere, and I can't even remember now. But I thought I could come back the next day and follow your scent. But it rained, and I couldn't pick it up. I had lost you, Orion told her, and she laughed. She laughed long and hard, and she said, if we break it down like that, then it was my fault for making everything wet and erasing my scent. We can't play the blame game. We are fated, and this is our destiny. How we got here doesn't matter. He leaned his forehead against hers and told her, I love you. I have loved you for 2 years. She looked surprised, and then she said, I love you. Holy shit, I love you. And she jumped into his arms. Orion looked at the guys and said, good night, fellas, and ran to her room, locking them inside.
Chapter 6, Mated and Marked. Orion's POV.
I leaned down and pulled her to me. I kissed her deeply, running my tongue around her lips, and she opened for me. Darting my tongue inside, our tongues dueled. I walked her back, kissing her the whole time. I slowly laid us down, thanking the goddess I didn't take time to dress before running outside. I kissed down her neck, pulling her shirt up and over her head, her full breasts on display for my feasting eyes. I massaged one, rolling the nipple between my fingers. I had the other one cupped while I sucked her nipple into my mouth, nipping at it, tugging on it. Then I slid my hand down her stomach. As I reached the waistline of her sleep shorts, I stopped and said, if we go further, you will be mine forever. So if you want to stop, tell me now. And she whispered, don't stop. I kissed her again and ripped her shorts off. My beautiful mate was beautifully naked in front of me. I kissed down her stomach until I reached the apex of her thighs. I separated her folds with my fingers and kissed her clit. She was so wet, so sweet. I flicked my tongue back and forth rapidly, placing a finger at her entrance. I nudged it and gently pumped in and out. I added a second finger and sped up the pace. I bit down gently on her clit, and she screamed out my name. I pumped my fingers in and out as she rode out her climax. As she started to come down, I positioned myself at her entrance. I whispered, I am so sorry, as I pushed fully into her and held still. I leaned down to her ear and told her again how sorry I was. She said, yeah, move, and I laughed. I started thrusting in and out, building speed. She was so fucking tight. I really tried to hold back, but 2 years with absolutely nothing but jacking off. As soon as she said she was coming, I felt my spine tingle and my balls tighten, and I roared out my orgasm as I sunk my teeth into her neck. At the same time, she pressed her palm to my collarbone, and fuck, that shit hurt. She burned her mark into my skin, and it was erotic as hell. We made love 4 more times before we finally fell asleep, and I can honestly say it was the best sleep of my life. She was snuggled into my side, her soft breath on my chest. I pushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her cute little ear with the tiny pointed tip. So cute. A knock woke me up at the butt crack of dawn. I quietly let myself out of the room and asked Abraham what's up. He handed me the phone and said, your brother. I took the phone and said hello, walking downstairs to the kitchen and starting the coffee. Matthew says, I fear we need your particular expertise. I hear Aaron say, is he bigger? He looks bigger. And Abraham says, he's bigger? But I couldn't be bothered with them. I said, explain, Matthew. He told me not to freak out, and I said, The number one way to make me freak out is to tell me not to fucking freak out. Matthew says, okay, Dad's hurt. We have been having a bit of a rogue problem the last couple months or so. They've been getting braver. Last night, 4 of them caught Dad off by himself and attacked. He's bad, Orion. He might not make it. I said, I'm on my way. Have someone at the airport. My mate can't hit all 4s. I went back upstairs and woke my tiny fairy and asked her to pack a bag. Will the restaurant be okay without you for a week or so? She smiled. I really only work there because I want to. I have good people. Within an hour, we were wheels up and headed to Canada. Pulling Rinatada into my lap, I covered her with a throw, and she was asleep in a minute. Abraham asked, Why didn't your brothers call us in for the rogues? I growled. Because they're stubbornly stupid. They're going to hear about it, trust me. Brian looks over at me and asked, Did she mark you? I nodded. Why? You're bigger. We don't know why. But you got a couple inches height, and you are a hell of a lot thicker. Well, that explains why only sweatpants fit me. This is going to be fun. Wait until she finds out she isn't bigger. And we all laughed. I woke Rinatada about 10 minutes before we landed, and she just stayed snuggled into me. Who am I to argue? I just carried her off the plane, telling Brian to get our bags. And she giggled. I whispered, I would carry you everywhere if you'd let me. Kenneth was the one to pick us up as we arrived. We climbed into the truck, and I immediately asked how my dad was doing. And Kenneth shook his head, saying, It was touch and go all night. He is stable but critical. And I sighed. Why didn't you call me about the rogues? I could have possibly prevented this. Renata sat up and said, We had this discussion last night. You don't get to play the blame game. What's happened, happened. And it's lead us to here. Now, I would like to see your dad. Kenneth raised an eyebrow at me, and I smirked. Yep, that's my mate. And our guys chuckled. Kenneth and I caught up with the rogue situation. Apparently, both Kenneth and Matt believed Dad had been singled out and isolated, indicating he was the target. I was trying to pay attention to Kenneth, but I kept hearing snippets of an argument in the back seat better Rinatada and Brian. And I said, No, Brian, I am a damned fairy. I am 5 tall and 100 pounds soaking wet. I could not fly you around. Your big ass would break my back, Renata told him. But you could try, right? What if we were attacked? And I had a severe head wound and was unconscious. And without help I was going to die? What would you do then? He asked. Hold your hand while you took your last breath, she retorts. And he says, I can make you cry. She smiles, a not nice smile, and lets him know. And I can make you fart bubbles. So here we are. Everyone laughed and Kenneth said, I really like her. We reached the hospital. I took Renata's hand and we walked in. Matt was sitting in a seat with his head in his hands. What's going on? I asked the doctor. We've done everything we can. He's slipped into a coma and his organs are falling. She responds. And Renata said, Take me to him. And the doctor said, Immediate family only, miss. And I saw a side of my mate I don't believe anyone has. She snatched the doc's collar up and snarked, I am immediate family. You have done everything you could, but I haven't even started yet. Now, take me to him. And sure enough, my mate's in my dad's room, alone with him, and we're all stood out here at the window watching her. She pulled the curtain closed, shut every light in the room, except the one above my dad's head. Then she placed her hands on his chest and closed her eyes. Matt says, That's your mate, huh? I nod in deadpan. Yup. The one everyone said I wasn't entitled to. I didn't deserve. But there she stands. She's tiny, but she's mine, we chuckle. She's the one you lost? What? 2 years back? He asks. And again I nod. She's the one. Matthew looks at me and oh so seriously asked, has she met Heracles? Is she okay with him? I don't want you to be heartbroken, little brother. And I laughed. I really laughed. She saw him, and her response to him was she sat down and said, "Come, boy, come sit, boy. That's a good boy." And she kissed all over his face and rubbed and petted his ears. And Heracles was a big pile of mush. Matthew burst out laughing and said, "Well, I will be damned. She has a birthmark exactly like the paw print on Heracles." "Same one," I said. Matthew just stared at me. Kenneth joined us outside Dad's window and asked, "What's she doing?" And I shhh'd him, telling him to just watch. Renata stepped up to the bed. She ran her hands the entire length of Dad's body, hovering over him. Every so often, her hand would slow, and his skin glowed under her hand. She did this a few times, going back to his left thigh several times. Then, she took his oxygen mask off and leaned over whispering something over and over. Within 5 minutes, a small tornado of black smoke began to rise from my dad's mouth. Spookiest shit I've seen. She stepped to the window and opened it. Then just shooed the little black tornado out. My dad opened his eyes and looked at her. She smiled and ran over to him and kissed his cheeks, his forehead, all while my dad is looking confused as fuck and looking between her and the door, so we went in. "Dad, meet my mate," I grinned. He said, "Your mate? I have another daughter," and opened his arms to hug her. And it began to sprinkle rain, sun shining, raining. No warning. Aaron says, "Happy tears, don't ask," and we laugh. She looks at me saying, "Your father needs to go to surgery right now. There is the tip of a silver knife broken off in his femur. I can't completely heal him until it's gone." And I yelled for the doctors.
Chapter 7, Gonna Lose $50.
Everyone had gathered in Matthew's office. Ryan wants answers, and he intends to have them. Kenneth asked Renata what she had done to their dad to save him. She looked over at me, then everyone, and said, "He was dying. His wolf was worse off. He was only minutes from death. Whoever attacked your dad had every intention of killing him. That was their goal. He was suffering silver poisoning. But what was killing him was the amount of wolfsbane in his blood. I am an elemental, and if it comes from the earth, I can send it back." So I summoned the wolfsbane in his body and made it turn loose of his blood. That's it. That's all. Charles smiled at her. "That's all? That's everything. I can never thank you enough, daughter." And you would have thought he hung the moon for her with how big her smile was. She walked to me, sitting in my lap, says, "How upset will the kitchen be with me if I made dinner tonight?" Kenneth jumps up and says, "Come on, I'll take you to the kitchen." Orion looked up and said, "Talk to me." "This ends while I am here. No one threatens my family. Why was I not informed, Matt? I would have been here." Matt told him, "It wasn't that we didn't want to tell you. We wanted more information. Someone is funding them. And we aren't a small pack. It's suicide to attack us, unless they get lucky." Orion snarled, "It's time to make sure they don't get lucky again." Kenneth walked back in, aggravated, and muttered, "Eldon called again, asking if we had heard from Orion. I told him any information on my brother was not for him to know." "Excellent. Was he pissed?" Matt asked. Nodding, Kenneth shrugs. "He wants to talk to Dad. He's on line 4. I just put him on hold and walked out of my office." Everyone laughed. Charles steps over and says, "Put him on speaker. I want witnesses." And they all laughed again. "Hello, Eldon. Charles here. How can I help you?" "I want to speak to my son. It is imperative that he get in touch with me as soon as possible," Eldon barked. Charles casually remarked, "I'm not at all sure what that has to do with me. I have always been under the impression you were in contact with them all, 4 live with you. And the other 4 are alphas in packs very near to you," Eldon sneered. You know very well I am talking about Orion. Where is he? Charles retorts. Oh, you want to talk to my son? No. And hung up. The entire room erupted. The phone immediately starts ringing again. Charles hits speaker. Eldon grinds out. I know you're ill, Charles, so I won't keep you. Would you please ask Orion to call me? Charles took a few seconds to answer. I will mention it to him. I won't ask him to call you. That is on him. But tell me, Eldon, how did you know I am sick? Eldon sputtered something about rumor mills and hung up. Matthew says, only our pack knew anything about this. Rumor mill, my ass. Now I wonder what else he knows. Orion looked up and put a finger to his lips and wrote on a piece of paper. Let's step outside to the patio and talk there. Brian is going to sweep for bugs, and handed the paper to Matthew, who stands, saying, let's go enjoy the day outside. Maybe have some of that lemonade I saw them making this morning. I don't understand how my office could have been bugged. That entire family hasn't been here for several years. Matthew fumes. Their dad shrugs. It could have been there for years. Let's not jump the gun until we know something. Orion looks at them all. He says, I would put nothing past that man. Heracles is alert and suspicious. Something isn't adding up. Brian steps out and opens his palm. 4 listening devices rested in it. He steps to the table and drops them into a glass of water. Then he speaks. 3 of them are old school. Been there a while. The 4th is a newer model. Only been on the market a couple years. So you either have a mole, or Eldon has an ally who visits here. The newer bug was directly under the lip of your desk, on your side. To the left, the older ones, under your desk chair and coffee table. Fuck me, Matt says. Everyone jerked their heads up. At the sound of alarms. Breach at the east border, they heard. Orion looked at Brian and said, Luna. Now, Brian nodded yep and ran into the kitchen, while the rest ran for the border. As they arrived, there was chaos. 30 rogues had breached, and Orion linked Matt to pull his men back. Then he roared through the link to Abraham and Aaron, ready your hounds. Time to play. Leave 2 alive. Fun times? Yes, Achilles. Good times. And the 3 jumped into the fray. They ripped limbs off, throats out. Orion spotted a larger wolf, standing off to one side, looking for an opening. Orion looks, watching. And when the wolf went to leap, Heracles landed in front of him. They circled each other, sizing one another up. Heracles opens a link to the rogue. Come on, little boy, come play with your daddy. And the wolf snaps back, you aren't my daddy. Heracles lunges and snarks, I most certainly am. I'm about to make you my bitch. And Heracles grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and hurled him into a tree. And when that wolf went down, the last 7 took off. Orion shifted and told Matthew the one he threw was knocked out. Then he said, I think he may have been in charge of this little group. Did you see how they scattered when he went down? Abraham walks over and says, interrogation or torture? Both Orion and Matt say together, and they laugh. By the time the men were finished cleaning up and getting dressed, Renata had dinner ready and was helping set the table. Service was called and everybody sat. Matthew stood and said, I would like your attention. As you can see, our little brother is home for a visit. But he's not come alone. Orion has found his mate. Renata Reynolds, welcome to our family. Allow me to introduce you to my Luna Melody and Kenneth's Luna Becca. I also want to announce Renata prepared our delicious meal. Renata, please tell us what treat we are in for. The floor is yours. She sat there a minute, then stood. If I had known I was going to be put on the spot, I would have worn a nicer dress. I prepared an easier dinner. I just wanted to thank everyone for making me feel welcome. Our starter tonight is a double-baked crab soufflé with the entree of filet mignon, braised cheesy crusted cauliflower, and truffle-baked risotto with porcini mushrooms. And finally, dessert is eggnog brulee cheesecake with caramel drizzle. Please enjoy. Everyone just sat there waiting. She was getting nervous as hell. She saw Orion dip his fork into the crab and offered it to her. She looked at him with questioning eyes, but took the bite anyway. He leaned close and whispered, "It's tradition for an alpha to feed his mate the first bite. For you, it was doubly significant." The pack was showing their respect. Her mouth formed an O as she nodded. He told her, after dinner he had to go to the cells and interrogate a rogue they had captured. And she said she wanted to watch. He shook his head, saying, "It could get bloody, and I don't know if I want you to see that side of me." She scoffs, "I am not worried one bit. I have seen the ugliness men hide behind their faces. You have never hidden. You can't scare me, Orion. I love you." He gasped. "Say it again. Please say it again." She giggled. "I love you." Orion had her sit in the observation room, and he watched them drag the rogue in and chain his hands to the table. The man spat out, "You can't make me say anything." And still Ryan remained silent. 10 minutes later, the rogue speaks again. "I know what you're doing, and it won't work." Nothing, crickets. And Orion just bides his time. He's having a conversation with Heracles. "She loves us, Ori. I love her. I love her too, dude. But focus. If this guy is as shady as I think he is, I will let you eat him. I don't eat scumbags. Especially rogue scumbags. They taste like dirt. Why you always trying to feed me shit you won't eat? First that skank, and now this guy. What the fuck is up with that? Oh, here's dinner, Hera. And tonight we have a little skank with a side order of scumbag. Bon appetit." "Fuck you, Orion, okay?" And Orion lost it. He's dying laughing, and the rogue is looking at him like he's just lost his rabid-ass mind. Then the guy says, "Making me think you're crazy won't make me talk either." Still no reply. Renata looks at Abraham and asks, "What is he doing?" Making him squirm. Abraham shrugs. She looks back through the mirror and says, "I can make him talk in less than 3 minutes." Abraham chuckles at her. "Sweet Luna, that is a bad guy. And bad guys never spill their guts to beautiful women. I bet you $50 he does. In under 3 minutes," she snarks. Orion just stands watching. And then he hears Alpha. "Luna has bet me $50. She can make this guy sing like a bird in under 3 minutes. Did she say how? This could be fun. Seriously. You're going to make me lose $50 fucking? Sure, I want to see this. Bring her in." Renata walks in and straight to the prisoner. "Hi, I'm Renata. And you, Ari?" "Nothing." He didn't speak. She laughs and claps her hands, skips over to kiss Orion and says, "Oh goody, a little fun." Back over to the rogue. She sits in front of him. "Do you know anything about elemental fairies?" "No." "Oh, we are the most fun. We enjoy simply things. We are never mean. And we would never intentionally kill someone. But see, la vie shit happens." The guys just walked into the observation room and Matthew asked, "What's going on?" Brian says, "Abraham about to lose $50. He bet Luna she couldn't get the guy to talk in 3 minutes. He's gonna lose." Matthew asks, "How's she going to do that?" And Aaron shrugs, saying, "Dunno, but it's gonna be good."
Chapter 8. Warts are viruses.
Renata sat there a second, then huffs, "You're rude. I thought my smiling face and sunny disposition would have you opening up. That would have been the easy way. But you chose to make it difficult." She stares at him intently, just waiting. She looks at her mate and smiles beautifully. Just as he smiles back, the rogue coughs, and a bubble floats out of his mouth. The rogue yells, "What the fuck?" as more bubbles pop out of his mouth. Renata says, "Yeah, that's only going to get worse. The longer you hold out. I must warn you, though, eventually you will drown. And that's that never intentionally kill thing I was referring to a second ago. So, anything you want to share with the class?" Still nothing. She walks over to Orion, and he opens his arms and she snuggles in. They have a complete conversation about shopping. him needing new clothes. She wants to get a swimsuit for the pool. No one told her was here and. The rogue starts grabbing his throat and gurgling. She whispers oops and pulls back on the fluid. He yells, Andrew. My name is Andrew, and I was hired to recruit rogues to attack this pack. Renata smiles and says, my work here is done. And look at the timer. 2 minutes and 38 seconds. I just made $50. Life is good. She kaises Orion and whispers, I'll leave you to it. She opens the door and every single one of the guys are hysterical. She just shakes her head, but she smiles. Orion tells the rogue, Andrew, start talking, because I really will choke you to death. My mate is kinder than I am. And Andrew spits out, that wasn't kind. That was vicious. I couldn't catch my breath. That shit kept foaming in my throat. What did she give me? How did she do that? Orion said nothing. Andrew finally says, fine. I was approached a little less than a year ago by this guy. Says he has a need for some men with special abilities. He offered cash, lots of cash. In the past 8 months, I have recruited over 180 men. Then orders came in to conduct sporadic attacks on this pack here. No real reason other to cause trouble and wreak havoc, to draw some big guy here. Don't know a name. Just some important big guy. That guy who paid me said I'm supposed to let him know when the alphas here call him in. Orion asks why the alpha's father was targeted. Andrew replies, I was told that would bring the man he wants here. But we watch every day, and there's no new warriors or nothing here. So whatever that guy wants ain't happening. What's the guy's name, and where did you meet him? Orion asked. Andrew replies, don't know his name. He always wore a hoodie. The bar was dark. Can't even give a good description. Met him at a dive bar in a little town up on Lake Erie in Pennsylvania. And he never told you the name of the man he's trying to draw out? Or the reason? Why does he want this guy? Orion asks. Andrew responds, no, and I didn't ask. He paid me enough money to know better than to ask. Good enough. We are done for today. Orion leaves the man sitting there. Seated around the conference table, Orion says, Brian researched that little bar. See if they have any cameras we can hack. Aaron, get with Matthew's head tracker. The rogue said they are watching the pack. I want all of them brought in. Or dead. Their numbers should be diminishing, since some have died in the attacks here. Hell, we took 23 of them out of commission today alone. Matthew pipes up and says, can we discuss bubbles popping out of that rogue's mouth? That was some funny shit. Did y'all know she was going to do that? They all laugh. Abraham shakes his head ruefully and smirks. We don't know everything she can do. She can heal, even plants. She hears them if they are hurting. When the plants are too far gone for her to heal, it physically hurts her and she cries. When she cries, it rains. And now we know she can literally choke a man to death with bubbles. And had he died, it would have been entirely his fault. Therefore, she would not have intentionally killed him. And the entire room busted out in laughter. Kenneth says, and you lost $50? Yeah, that seems to be becoming a pattern. I should know better. Luna only bets a sure thing. And never call her short. Or any names pertaining to size. I was told she's heard all of them. Pocket Little Bit Peanut. She's fun size, pocket size elf. She can fit in a suitcase to travel. Or a pet carrier, so she can have air. She needs a booster seat at McDonald's. She's a cheap date because she can order from the kids' menu. And can she even see over the steering wheel? However, did she get a license? So yeah, I set her off about her height. Abraham laughs. Kenneth was laughing so hard he had tears racing down his cheeks and says, stop, my goddess. That shit's funny. Brian says, you want funny? Wait until she rambles. She gets lost in her head, and it's hard to stop her. Aaron can. He brings her right out of it. Me? I'm just running around behind her, helter-skelter, hoping she doesn't follow through with half the shit she threatens. And everyone laughs again. Kenneth looks at Orion, hands full, baby brother. Orion grins, and loving every second. By the time Orion crawled into bed, he was 3 sheets to the wind. It took him all of 10 seconds to fall asleep. His drunk mind completely convinced himself. It was because of his mate in his arms, and not the alcohol. Okay, maybe a bit of both. The morning came early, but his beautiful mate had made sure he had water and ibuprofen to soothe his head. He showered and went to find his love. And just like he knew he would, she's in the kitchen, grinding her coffee beans and cooking breakfast for everyone. And everyone just happened to pop in because they smelled coffee. Kenneth said, "Renata, we are all going into town today to get Orion some ready-to-wear until the tailor can get him fitted, because apparently 6'8" wasn't tall enough. He had to have a growth spurt after marking his mate." Earning an eye roll from Orion and a giggle from Renata. And before anyone could blink, Renata spoke, "Yay, I need some things too. Are we going to a mall or boutique? Can we get ice cream? Is there a phone store? I need a new phone. I need panties because mine keep getting torn off. Is there a lingerie store? Or section in a boutique? What about a Victoria's Secret? That would be good. Dash into VS and grab a dozen new panties and body spray. I need a swimsuit, a one-piece though." And Aaron says, "Little fairy come out of your head." And absolutely everyone lost their shit. From Kenneth's, "Oh my goddess," and Matthew's, "Fuck brother," then Charles, "That's absolutely precious," to Renata's, "What?" The laughter was uproarious. They piled into 2 cars since they decided to go to an actual mall, and that was north by 30 miles. Renata and Brian wanted to sit in the way back and play something called Punch Buggy, which apparently Brian sucked at because he kept getting punched. Then it was an I Spy game, to which the 3 up front heard, "It better not be Matthew's SUV again, Brian. It better not be. That will be the 3rd time. The 3rd time, Brian. If it is, I'm giving you warts." Brian returns with, "It isn't, I swear." "Okay, it is. But please don't give me warts. Please, please, please. I will play fair on the way home." "I promise," she says. "Fine, you promised. Everyone. You heard him promise. So I won't give you warts. Warts are virus, dumbass. Fairies can't give viruses." And everyone lost it. All over again.
Chapter 9, Confusing Legends. Orion's POV.
We have walked every inch of this mall. My little mate looks exhausted. I turned and asked the group if they wanted to grab dinner in town. Since it was after 5 already, everyone agreed. We headed to this little roadhouse steak place. Not fancy at all. They let their customers throw peanut shells on the floors. We were seated and orders taken in good time, and that alone impressed me. Renata saw people dropping their peanut husks on the floor, and she looked at us. "Why are they doing that? That needs to stop. It's not fair to the servers. Have to work double time to clean that. I'm going to say something." And I looked desperately at Aaron, and he reaches over and pats her hand, saying, "It's part of the ambience here, management encourages it." And she mumbles, "Well, that's just stupid." Crisis avoided. The steaks arrived, and they were melt in your mouth good. It was such a great time. Reconnecting with my brothers. Renata is getting along with Melody and Becca, judging by the giggles. I couldn't stop the smile on my face. Everything I had ever been told was a lie. Everything I was told I would never have, I have now, and more. A man started to pass our table, then stopped to turn back. And I watched as my little mate slipped from beside me, under the table, and crawled up under Brian's hoodie. And he just wrapped his arm around her and whispered, "Quiet," as the man reached the table. I looked him up and down. "What do you want?" "Is that any way to greet your brother?" he asked. I sneered. "No, I greet my brothers with man hugs and forearm presses. Feel free to ask them." They're right there. Then he acts like it's old home week, and it's time to catch up. He asks, "Why haven't you called our dad? He's been trying to get a hold of you for 2 years." I laughed and replied, "I call my dad once a week, without fail. He worries. Otherwise," he scoffed, "always a prick. Why are you here then, if not to see him?" I shrugged and said, "My dad was ill. I came to see him. Why are you here? It's an awful long way from home." He smiled weirdly and said, "Dad and I have a mutual interest in something, and are working to resolve it." I said, "Look, Robert, I am not here to see your father, or any of your brothers. I am enjoying a quiet time with my family, so step away from our table, and go on about your business." And he left. And it's raining. Brian pulls his hoodie up and releases Renata. He wipes her face and kisses the top of her head. He said, "Let's get her home. We need to figure this out, sooner than later." And he handed my little fairy to me, and I made a mad dash for the car. Once we were seated, I straddled my lap with her legs and kissed her face all over. I looked at her with a question in my eyes, but she shook her head, so I just cradled her to me. Soon she was asleep. Abraham remarked the rain had stopped, and I answered with, "She's asleep," and everyone had an moment. We made it home in less than an hour, and we all hurried into the conference room. Charles was waiting. He asked, "What happened?" I said, "I really don't know. Robert stopped at our table at the restaurant." But Renata was hidden. She crawled under the table and literally climbed into Brian. Robert asked why I hadn't contacted our father. I explained I call my father every week. Then it was just a bunch of nonsense, trying to act all tough, throw his weight around. But something about him scared Renata, really scared her, and I won't allow anyone to do that. We hear a very low voice say, "He's Luke," I said. "No, baby. His name is Robert, and he is Eldon's fourth son. He's alpha to a pack in upstate New York." She shook her head, over and over. "Where did I escape from? What did I tell you I remember? What about his scar?" And I sat there dumbfounded, in shock, and then it dawned on me. Oh, goddess, baby, please don't hate me. I don't claim him at all. I am so fucking sorry. I looked at everybody at that table and said, "That man's name is Robert Lucas Demeter, and we want him dead." Aaron looks at Abraham. "Yep, still scary as fuck." Charles says, "I think it's time to tell us a story, son." And I began. From the time I found her and subsequently lost her. I searched every day for 2 years. In all the time I searched, Eldon called me. Almost every day, almost like he knew what I was doing. Nearly 2 years ago, Renata was abducted by a man named Luke. He beat, whipped, burned, and stabbed her daily. Every day was a fresh hell. A serving girl helped her escape, and she ran all the way to Cedar Springs, where I found her again almost 2 weeks ago. She is my true mate. She even has a birthmark that matches the one on Heracle's head. She says it glows on a full moon. Charles sat straight up in his chair. He asked, "Can I see it?" And Renata pulled her shirt to the side and showed him. He gasped and said, "Let me tell you a story now. 32 years ago, I went to school for the first time. I was homeschooled my whole life, and my father decided I needed interaction with other young men my age. I met one such young man. He was such a wholesome person, good-natured, kind-hearted. We pulled pranks together, skipped school together. We were hiding in the library one day. We had set the principal's office on fire, here nor there. We were bored and started browsing book titles. He found one that read Myths and Legends of the Three Fates, the Mwari. We read that book 3 times, front to back, comparing notes on our interpretation, like high school girls do over smutty romances. Then, one day, the book was gone. Just disappeared. It was such an old book. The librarian was so distraught. They fired her for it. That boy, my friend, was Eldon Demeter. He changed that day. The day the book went missing, he became obsessed. He was crazed that these legends were real. He set out to find and kill the fate-decreed mates, to prevent that much power to be achieved by their mating. I thought it was all hogwash, but apparently, I'm looking at it. I jumped up and started pacing. I am going to destroy him. I sat and pulling Renata into my lap and breathing her in. Not moving my face, I said, Abraham, I want you to see if there's any other copy of that book anywhere in the world. We will fly to read it. I don't care where it is. Brian, hack Eldon's security. Aaron, call 300 of our best warriors. We need them here. I looked over at my dad. I'm going to destroy them all. If I find out that is why Renata was abducted, tortured. If it's as simple as an obsession about some legend, and he actively kept her from me, I will burn them to the ground. Dad nodded and said, Not without us by your side. Brian looks up laughing. No firewalls, no spyware to monitor. Either he is supremely stupid or an expert strategist. Doesn't matter. I have encrypted this hack so well that they will never know we're watching. I'm in. He connects his laptop to the huge screen TV, and we all start listening. Eldon was yelling at Robert, telling him how stupid he was. Then Robert said, Do you think he knows about the girl? Eldon mutters, I'm surrounded by idiots, of course. He knows about the girl. He's searched for 2 years now. No, Dad. I mean, do you think he's found her? Robert asked. Eldon slapped him and said, We haven't even found her yet. He certainly hasn't. Robert sneered. Well, when he does, and he finds out you ordered her taken, he will come for you. Eldon barked back. I ordered her taken. I didn't order her tortured. He will kill you, Nimrod, Robert screamed. I had to have her consent, Dad. I couldn't mark her without it, or we would both die, and Eldon said, The legend wouldn't be coming true. If you had marked her, at least you would have gotten one thing right, I said. I want to know how long he's known Renata was my mate. That Fuker tried to force mate her to Robert. I need information now.
Chapter 10 Happy Spouse, Happy House.
It's been several days since the overload of garbage that is Eldon. Renata has been cooking up a storm. She bakes early, then preps the daily meals for the cooks to take care of. She's such a walking contradiction. She's not angry, but she wants revenge. Orion finds her in the kitchen, and she dances her way to him and says, I need some herbs and plants. Some I can find in the woods, but I can't go foraging alone. The rest I have to get from the apothecary. He smiles at her and says, You and me, foraging in the forest, and the word naked comes to mind. And she laughs. She said, Our warriors will be here today. I need to make potions to keep them safe from wolfsbane. I almost didn't get to your dad in time. I don't want to feel that way again. He smiled at her, so pleased she loves their people, and replies, Our hounds are immune to wolfsbane. But Matt and Kenny's people need potions. She smiled so bright, she spun back to me and asked, Those idiots have been so busy trying to keep us apart that they don't realize we are already marked and mated. So now what? Orion nodded, and he says, Smart girl, we need to talk to Dad. He takes her hand, and they stroll off to find Charles. They found him in the study, researching anything he could find about the legends of the Trio of Fate. Orion asked him about their being mated and marked already. Charles sat there, and sat there some more. After a half hour or so, he said, We have to have her Luna ceremony. On the full moon, when her mark is glowing, you remark each other, and that's in 4 days. Well, fuck me running, Renata says. I have to go find Becca and Melody. We need flowers and food, and I need a dress. But I don't want to go anywhere right now. Do I have a pretty enough one in the closet? Oh my goddess, where will we have it? I have to be in the moonlight to glow. Oh, and my wings come out. They need the full moonlight to maintain their strength. I have a dress. You can't see it though. I have to go. I love you. Bye. And she ran out the door, and Charles burst out laughing. He said, Boy, that girl could talk the ear off a donkey. I have never heard anyone talk that fast. Orion laughs. I just let her ramble with it. She says things. It's too funny to stop her. Like when she said she needed panties because hers keep getting torn off. She never realizes what she's saying. It's funny. They laugh together and walk down the hall, only to see Renata talking to Melody and Becca. And both girls look like deer caught in the headlights. Charles links the girls and said Luna ceremony on the full moon 4 days, girls. Just nod yes. And say let's get started now. And that might shut her up. And he laughed. Renata and Orion had gotten all the plants and herbs she needed for her potions. She then went to welcome the warriors and gave them each either cookies or brownies. Then she left Orion with them so she could work on her potions. Matt called Orion into his office. So they sit there watching the video feed from Eldon's pack house. Orion snarls. So he brought all his sons in, and they will all die with him. Any threat to my Luna will not go unpunished. Matt laughs and says, Damn Heracles, chill out, brother. She's safe. And Orion laughs. Yeah, he's a dick. He just pops through my control now. They heard Eldon say, Robert screwed up. He had the mate and fuked it up. The best part, though, the best part is priceless. He never learned her name. The night he met her, she said her name was Rennie. But genius right there couldn't get her to tell him her name. Not after he burned her with that poker. Or stabbed her with a knife that he left in her leg all night. No, the girl never told him shit. So we have no idea if her name is Rennie. We have no last name. And we know she's not in this area. Which is a good thing with Orion here. Matt says, he did that to her? And she held true? Holy hell, she is strong. Orion nods, saying, I know. She's unbelievably strong. But she's soft and kind. She cried because the tree she was tied to was burning. She cried because the tree was in pain. And she apologized to the tree. The girl was essentially being burned at the stake, and she hurt for the tree. It was also the night she discovered she can control lightning. He laughs. That girl has been through some shit. No wonder she wants to get even. Lightning. Orion laughs and says, a story for another day. Orion? Hear what I can do? The girls taught me. Orion hears in his head and smiles, says, the girls taught her how to link. And Matt laughs. My Amber, I am so proud of you. Now we can talk whenever we want. I love you. He hears her giggle. He says, no better feeling in the world knowing she's happy, Matt says. I know what you mean. Happy spouse, happy house. And they both are still laughing when the other guys come in. Matt fills them in on what they learned about Renata, and Abraham pipes up. I'm a little concerned. If they get wind of the restaurant, it could put it on his radar. And I don't have to tell you if they start asking questions around town. Alicia will sell her up the river in a heartbeat. Orion says, good point. But what can we do? There or here, a showdown is coming, and it will end, because once the ceremony is over and our bond solidifies, we will make plans to take them out, even if I have to kill his 8 sons to do it. I need to know their defenses, Brian. If we need more warriors, we will bring more in. I won't have our people outnumbered. Not that it matters. One of ours is worth 3 of theirs. This battle will be here, on the first land I claimed for my hounds, Orion said. Kenneth tells the group, our warriors stand with you, with Renata's potions. We will be good to go. Matt says, we have to find a way to keep Dad here. Maybe ask him to aid Brian with your Luna. They laughed, and Orion said, good luck with that. Renata knocked on the door, and Orion was pulling it open before she finished knocking. She smiled and kissed him, saying, I came to get you guys for lunch. Matt asks, "Did you cook?" She nods, and he runs around the desk and grabs her hand, leading her down to the dining hall, saying, "Hurry up, guys. Orion, I get your share," and laughs all the way to his seat.
Chapter 11. Kenneth has a thought.
Renata and Orion went outside so she could show him what she has gotten done for the ceremony. She was getting excited. In 2 days, she would officially be his Luna. They stepped into the garden wonderland she'd been working on. He looked around and said, "Wow." She asked, "Do you like it? I can change anything you want. I had the vining jasmine make the altar. I will dust fairy lights throughout the trees. Say something." As she turned to look at him, there he was, on bended knee, and he spoke. "I fell in love with you over 2 years ago. I have loved you every day since. I want to wake up with you every morning and lie next to you every night. To chase our pups together. To grow old with each other. Say you'll marry me. Say you'll be my wife. Say we'll spend forever together." And the rain fell through the sunshine as she nodded. He took her in his arms and danced in the rain. Then he shouted. She said yes, and their family came into her garden. She said, "Well, since I've got you here, you can set the chairs." And they all groaned while she giggled. Everything was coming together. She loved how they seemed to just move as a well-oiled machine. It was a wonderful afternoon, and they got a lot done. She's very happy, and they took a lot off her shoulders. Matt looked up and said, "Eldon is at the border, requesting audience." Orion growled, "They are to hold in place. Eldon does not set foot on our land." And he raced for the border, leaving Brian with Renata, and she shrugs and says, "Come on, whiskey time." Orion reaches the border ahead of everyone and shifts. Grabbing basketball shorts, he pulls them on and steps into the open. And he says, "Speak," Eldon said. "Is that any way to greet your father?" Orion spits back, "I greet my father every morning. And that ain't you." Eldon sputters, "I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done what I did. I was angry you shifted so young." "Shut up. It was no mistake. You and your sons nearly beat me to death, and I thought it was because of who I am, who the fates decided I am. But that isn't it. Is it, Eldon? It's because of the legend, right? Because I am the legend, and you wanted to prevent that. You know what's coming for you." "Not yet. I will wait until I am whole. My true fated self. Prepare yourself. The next time you see me, you'll meet death." Orion was fuming. Eldon spun and shifted and took off. Abraham stepped up beside Orion. "You good? Showed great restraint there. Didn't rip his head off or nothing. Proud of ya." And Orion laughed, "Asshole." And they both shifted to head home. As they all walk in, they see a very drunk Renata. Orion links Brian what happened. How much has she had? Half a bottle. And she wanted to go to the border and make Eldon chase his own tail. And she can do that. It's not a virus. Orion laughed. Orion walked over to Renata and said, "Baby, you okay?" She looks at him and says, "You look better with a crown, my king." And the entire room cracks up. Sat atop his head was a wreath of flowers, and because the other men laughed. Now they all have to wear them, because she's drunk, and they aren't sure if her magic is volatile. Orion asked her quietly, "Baby, is there a reason you drank so much?" She smiled great big and says, "Yes, I wanted to. Because what I wanted to do was go to the border, and Brian said I couldn't zap him with lightning. So I was going to put him in a time loop, chasing his tail. But Brian said no again, and so I wanted a drink." Orion was trying not to laugh, because he knew. In her convoluting brain, what she just said made perfect sense. She jumped up and said, "Let's dance." Orion said, "There's no music." So she steps to the door and whistled a happy tune, and soon birds were in the trees singing. She beamed at him and said, "Nature's music," and he danced with her. She hiccuped and her wings sprung out. She says, "Fuck." Brian says, No way, so cool. And she hiccuped again, and they receded. But for the next 15 minutes, while she hiccuped every 30 seconds, everyone looked for a cure for hiccups, because her wings would pop out, then go away every 30 seconds. When the hiccups finally stopped, she crawled into Orion's lap and fell asleep. Kenneth says, "Well, that was fun." They all laughed, and Orion says, "Her wings are fine when she brings them out and doesn't put them away for a few hours. But that constant back and forth exhausted her. I'm lying her down. Then I want to see what Eldon has to say about the border joke. Matt says, it'll be interesting. Did she leave us any whiskey?" And they all chuckled. Abraham meets up with Orion on the way to the office. Our warriors came across a rogue cell camped almost 10 miles off the western border. They are awaiting orders on how to proceed. Orion nods, saying, "Tell them to hang tight. We should know more in a day or so." Walking into the office, Aaron tells him to get in here. And watch this. It's comedic gold. As he sat down, he heard Eldon going off. How does he know about the legend? I'm the only one who knows what's in the book. Charles, Fuking Charles, told him. How long has Orion been in town? Robert, call your little friend. Find out what they know of his coming and goings. Alistair. How many warriors have we accumulated? We need to be ready for an attack at any moment. Alistair sneered. You disgust me, and I am done with you. I have lived 20 years with the guilt of what you ordered us to do to our baby brother. He was 6, Eldon, a baby, and because you saw the mark on his head. When he shifted, you ordered us to kill him. You're pathetic. I am done with it all. I am done with this legend bullshit. You had nearly 500 fighters. When I leave, my 200 warriors will be going home as well. That leaves you with 300. And I am telling the rest of you boys, when Orion comes knocking, and he will come knocking, not one of you will be left alive unless you throw yourselves on his mercy. If I were him, I wouldn't forgive any of us for what we did, and I did it without even knowing why. I have lived with the shame of it since I was 8 years old. I, for one, am planning to beg his forgiveness. Maybe I can find some peace before I die, and I am done with all of you. Orion sat there a few minutes. He was processing. Brian, contact Alistair. You have his email? Maybe send it encrypted. Arrange a meeting on neutral territory. I think we need to hear what he has to say. Then he turned in his chair and said, Dad, reckon we know where that book went now. And they both chuckled. Kenneth says, somebody, help me out here. Did the book tell Eldon who your mate would be, Orion? How long had he known Rennie was your fated? And how did he know where she was? He can't be working alone on this. And most of his sons are just sheep, without a single individual thought. Brian, will you work with our techie Tim? We need to know as many of Eldon's movements the last 20 years. See who his old allies were. His current ones. Things are too confusing. He's acting too desperate to just be panicked. His son will become a blessed fated. Something else is going on, and we need to figure it out fast. Matt says, damn, Kenneth. Sometimes I forget why we are co-alphas. Then smart stuff spews out of your mouth, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's why. And then you do something stupid, and I'm back to, what the hell? And the whole room laughs.
Chapter 12, Blood Oath.
The day dawned bright and beautiful. After showering together, taking an inordinately amount of time, Orion headed to the conference room to see if there were any new developments overnight. When he heard Aaron and his head Alpha have approaching rogues from the west, at least 50. From the tremor of the ground, I am on my way. Orion grabbed Matthew on the way out the door, ordering Brian to stay close to Rinatada. It took nearly 15 minutes to reach the border, and they could see the rogues approaching fast. They stood waiting, knowing they had to stay on their side of the border until a breach. They watched the line of wolves charging their direction. Orion ordered, steady warriors, We attack to defend only. I want prisoners. The wolves charging had divided into 3 rows. Smart actually first wave plays offense. The next row is defense, and the last row would be the actual muscle. Strategies like this are usually not utilized by rogues. They are incapable of organization because they respect no authority. And this formation reeks of training. As the first row of rogues crouched to prepare their leap over the border, Orion's warriors readied their stance. Then the rogues sprang at the border. They all seemed to hit an invisible wall hard. The impetus of their leap was so intense that when they hit that invisible barrier, half of them snapped their own necks. Everyone looked at each other. Ryan said, "What the fuck?" The rogues stood on the other side of the border, wondering the same thing. Matthew heard a sound behind him and turned to look. He whispers, Orion." I found the reason. Orion turned to Matthew and saw where he was looking. He stormed over and pulled Rinatada back into the shadows and asked, "Was that you, baby? Why are you out here?" She responds, "I was out gathering wild mushrooms for a risotto when I saw Heracles and Matthew's wolf running this way, and I'm nosy, so I followed you. When I saw the wolves charging the border, I knew to stay concealed, but I wasn't about to allow them to harm our people, so I threw a shield at the last moment." As they jumped, Orion let out a loud burst of laughter and said, "Goddess, I love you. Wait here with Matthew for a few, please." She nodded. Orion stepped in the open, directly in front of the shield, and went to speak. Before he opened his mouth, 5 wolves leaped at him and slammed into the shield, and Aaron muttered, "Dumbasses." Orion spoke. "You have come here and attacked our land with no provocation. For that alone, you will die. However, I will offer one other option which will allow you to survive the day. Surrender. Give me the information I seek, and you will live to boast you survived your one and only contact with the Black Alpha." He watched the shock roll through the rogues. One wolf shifted, and when he stepped toward the border, 3 others tore him apart. Orion snarled, "So say you all." He waited, and no one else tried to come forward, and Orion said, "So be it." And Heracles shouted, "End this," and his men jumped into the fray. Within minutes it was over, and only 4 enemy survivors were taken to the cells. The bodies were piled at the border and set on fire. Renata stepped out beside Orion and said, "Such a waste. To accept money to fight and die for someone you don't know for a cause none of us understand yet." Orion pulls her to him and breathes deeply. "Maybe the 4 we captured can shed some light on this mess. It's frustrating, and I have to remind myself to be patient. We need answers before I launch a full-out war on 4 packs. Eldon is a fool." Renata kized him deeply and said, "I'm leaving you. I still need my mushrooms, and then my girls and I are pampering ourselves so I can look good tonight. I want to be at my best when I become Mrs. Orion Demeter. Oh my goddess, I'm so excited." And Orion laughed, saying, "You are always beautiful. Tonight you are mine forever." The men walked to the cells, stopping in front of the new rogues, and asked, "Who wants to have a chat?" None of them looked up, and one muttered, "Go to hell." Andrew laughed from across the hall and told them, "You don't know what you're doing. I was just like you, all tough and shit. Then they brought in a witch who literally forced me to nearly drown on my own spit. I almost died, and I would wager they won't hesitate to call her in again." Orion watched them for a bit. Then he pointed to the one who told him to go to hell and told the guards, "Bring him." And he walked to the interrogation room, waiting for the guards to secure the prisoner. Abraham and Aaron joined him in interrogation this time. Orion is letting them take lead. They are out for blood, and Orion is tempted to just let them have it. Aaron told Orion, "We get answers, or he dies right here, right now." And the rogue shivered. Abraham sat directly in front on the rogue. He spoke, "I am Abraham, lieutenant of the Dark Shadows pack. You and your unfortunate associates were hired to attack my friend, my brother, my alpha. We will not only not tolerate it, we do not accept it. Your bad luck is failing to do your due diligence and finding out the alpha you were paid to attack is the black alpha. You stood no chance. Destined to failure was your penance for your greed. Now you have one choice. Tell us what you know or die like your colleagues. Aaron laughed and said, "Damn, Abe. You have me wanting to take back shit I never stole." That was impressive. And the three laughed. Aaron looks at the rogue and growled, "Get to sayin' or get to prayin', time's up." The rogue starts talking. "My name is Tobias, and those fukers don't pay me. I have to fight. They have my mate and my daughter. I don't fight for their cause. I fight for the lives of my family. I will tell you what I know, which isn't much, and I will tell you what I overheard, but I have conditions." Abraham smirks. "You are in no position to demand anything, but entertain us." "I admit to being curious," Tobias responds. "After I tell you what I know, you rough me up, bad enough to be convincing so those other fukers believe it. So, when this is over, I can save my family. I will swear a blood oath to the Black Alpha if you release me, and I will be your eyes and ears in TH enemy's camp." Abraham links Orion to see what he thinks, and he comes back with "hear him out. If what he knows is beneficial in any way, we do as he asks. It saves us from trying to infiltrate them on our own, and a blood oath will end his life if he betrays us. It's a win-win." Abraham says, "Start talking." Tobias starts talking about what he knows. "Our pack was decimated almost 8 months ago. We were attacked at night, caught totally by surprise. The autumn moon pack was small, only 380 wolves. Only 50 of us were warriors, and 35 of them died in the attack. After it was all said and done, there was only 75 survivors. We were loaded into vans and taken to Blackwater Pack and forced into slavery. My mate and daughter are locked in an outbuilding with the rest of the remaining women and children of our pack. I see her once a week as incentive to stay loyal. The hostages are not physically beaten, but they are seldom fed and have little to no clothing. Some incentive, right? Now you know my reasons for being in a battle I do not want. I will tell you all I know."
Chapter 13, Under the Full Moon.
Tobias clears his throat and speaks. "There are 2 alphas we answer to. The one who destroyed my pack and the one at Blackwater. We aren't told their names. It is considered disrespect. The older one is the father, though. The son has only one apparent objective, and that is to locate and recapture a girl he once had custody of. The father wants your alpha dead, and the son is unaware of this. He also wants the same girl. He wants to breed her. The guards talk. I can't say my information is accurate, but all the guards seem to hold the same opinions. Around half of them dislike what we are being ordered to do. In battle, the disgruntled ones try to hold back and not attack unless in self-defense. Other alphas showed up with their own warriors 2 days ago. The attack today was to test west border strength. The north border is the next test. They send out the expendables on these raids. None of us have any real information, only gossip and rumors. Those alphas don't care if we die. They only hope one of us makes it back with useful information. It's suicide missions, and most of us don't even care if we're killed. And you will find that same mentality among half of all the warriors they have." Abraham sits a moment. Then he says, "We agree to your conditions. You will take a blood oath with the Black Alpha now. Then Aaron here will get to release some tension all over your body. Feel free to try and fight back. He'll like that. And then you will be dragged, in front of your comrades, to a different cell, where Doc will attend your wounds. Tomorrow night, you will escape. With your blood oath, you will have an established mind link with Black Alpha. Betray him, and your own blood will boil you alive." Renata is getting her nails painted by Becca. and Melody is curling her hair. They have been pampering her for an hour. She's so excited. She clears her mind and searches for her connection to Orion and whispers, "Orion, can you hear me?" And she hears his chuckle in her mind, "Yes, my Amor. I hear you. What are you doing?" "I'm just heading over to grab my suit for tonight. I can't wait to make you mine in every way. I love you, tiny fairy." And Renata just giggles. Becca says, "No triple X mind linking. We have lots to do." And the three of them laughed. Renata headed down to Charles' study and knocked on his door. He bade entry, and she stepped in. He looked up and asked, "Why so pensive, daughter?" She nervously played with her fingers and softly speaks, "I know we have only known each other a little over a week. And well, my parents died when I was 10, so I don't really have a dad. But I was wondering if you could, or if you would, or even if you will want to. But would you do me the greatest honor of walking me down the aisle?" And Charles grinned from ear to ear. He said, "One of my greatest regrets in this life was never being blessed with walking my own daughter down the aisle. You have just granted me my fondest wish. It would be my honor and my privilege to escort you to my son, and to threaten him with bodily harm if he ever makes you cry." She launched herself into his arms. Hugging him and kissing his cheek, she whispered, "Thank you. You have no idea how happy you've made me." And he shoos her on her way, so he can decide which suit is suitable for giving his daughter away. The final preparations are complete. Renata is back in her room. Having just lit the trees with fairy lights, she stands in front of her floor-length mirror, twisting side to side, watching the way her gown flows. It's a simple gown, ivory silk, spaghetti straps and backless, which makes her happy because her wings won't have to rip through the fabric. She wears a crown of flowers atop her red hair, her lavender eyes shining. Her feet are bare, allowing her the opportunity to commune with the earth when her power is at its peak in the full moonlight. The knock at her door alerts her to Charles' arrival, and she moves to open it. He stands there in a black suit with an ivory silk shirt, and he laughs, saying "Kismet," while lifting the collar of the shirt. And she giggles as she wraps her hand into the crook of his elbow. They stand together at the entrance to the garden. Her eyes raise, and she spots Orion, smiling at her from the dais under her altar. He is standing proudly, looking like a god in his ivory shirt. And chinos. He stood barefoot as well. She felt her wings flutter and stretch. She arched her back and flexed, and felt her wings swell with the moon. By the time she reached Orion, her mark was glowing. Her wings were ready for flight, and her eyes were shining lavender as she smiled. The ceremony began. Charles officiated the marriage ceremony, and as Orion kissed his bride, Charles said, "You hurt my daughter. You make her cry, and your ass is mine." And both packs busted out laughing. Orion turned to her and spoke, "Do you, Renata Reynolds, pledge and dedicate your heart and your life to defending, protecting, and loving Dark Shadow's pack, and your alpha, Orion Demeter, against all enemies?" She replied, "I pledge my loyalty and love without hesitation and with absolute dedication." He held her left hand, palm up, and sliced into it, doing the same with his, and clasped their hands together until she felt their blood combine, establishing her link with their people. Then he leaned forward. As his canines sank into her neck, her palm pressed on his. They remarked each other. As soon as their connections reestablished, a light shot from the sky illuminating the couple as an intense energy force entered the land. And Abraham laughed, saying, "We can probably guess our secret is out, and the whole world knows the Black Alpha has found his fated mate." The packs cheered and howled to the moon. The pack went for a run, and Renata flew to the waterfall, waiting for Heracles. She scented him before she saw him, and knelt waiting for him to appear. His mark was glowing as brightly as hers, and she leaned over and kissed it gently. His fur lit up in flames and his eyes burned amber and orange. She giggled and said, "Well, that's new. I wonder what else we will uncover. We really need that book." They raced back to the pack house and to their room. As he dropped her dress to the floor, and she stood before him in nothing but a thong, his breath caught, and he said, "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen," and tossing her on the bed, he ripped her panties off and dove his face into her drenched pussy. He made love to her for hours until they fell asleep entangled in each other's arms. Renata slept the best sleep of her life, her face buried in his neck, breathing the scent of him in all night.
Chapter 14. Don't Piss Off a Fairy. Orion's POV.
As Renata and I walked into the dining hall, Aaron said, "I heard from the pack earlier, and Renata, you need to call Barney Little Fairy. It's important." I linked him. "What's going on?" "It isn't good. Her restaurant was attacked and 2 of her servers were seriously hurt. Prepare the plane. We are wheels up in an hour. Yes, Alpha." And I ran as fast as I could to get to my love as the sky opened up. The winds howled and her sobs crushed my soul. A plane was taxiing out to the runway. As Renata curled into a ball and dozed, I looked at the guys and said, "What do we know?" Aaron replies, "They were rogues. It's reported they seem to target the females, trying to abduct the 2 who are injured. The restaurant is destroyed. I won't know what it will take to renovate until I can assess." Brian speaks up. "I have watched the security video. Approximately 20 wolves came in from the northeast and broke through front and back doors, both breaking things as they went. Barney was knocked out at the start of it, and Levy disappeared off camera at the start. I didn't pick him back up in view until the authorities arrived. They targeted the women, and brother, those women fought like hell. I want answers. Heracles is unsettled and ready for a fight. Rogues, are we sure?" Brian says, "I can't be certain. I am trying to ascertain if what is happening at Matthews and this incident are related in any way, or if they are 2 separate incidents. Matthew is sending Kenneth down in a few days to be able to keep your dad updated. He's worried about his daughter." And he chuckles. I gently wake Renata to let her know we are landing, and she mumbles, "Coffee." She is a caffeine fiend. She straightens and stretches her limbs and looks at us. I am going directly to the hospital, then the restaurant. I am done taking a back seat in my own life. These fukers that want to come for me are making a mistake, and they will find out they would rather be jacking off in a phone booth full of bobcats instead of pissing off a fairy. And I lost it. That was hilarious. I'm sorry, a phone booth full of bobcats? Abraham held it together longer than I lasted. But Aaron and Brian were rolling. I have learned a very valuable lesson. Don't piss off a fairy. As we walk out of the hospital, Renata looks over at me and says, "I really am done being Mrs. Nice Guy. We will discover who is involved and Goddess help them." I smiled and told her, "I'm your muscle baby." And I watched her face go beet red to the tips of her adorable ears. I laughed and said, "Where'd that precious mind of yours go? Are you interested in checking out my muscle?" She giggled and said 247. "But right now, we need to see the restaurant," I whispered later, and grabbed her and lifted her into the truck. As we were pulling into the parking lot, it was full of people, all watching Renata. She hopped out of the truck, staring at the group. She took 4 steps forward and spoke. "I know I am not one of your favorite people, and you need to understand that I don't really care. If any of you know anything about the men who attacked my friends, I will pay handsomely for that information until I can repair or rebuild. No, there can't be any parties. I can do no catering. And this is the only place you can go out to dinner. And if I do not receive the necessary information I require, I will rebuild my restaurant in rapid run. And all the tourism my restaurant brought in will disappear. Don't think I didn't know that is the only reason you tolerate me. I am so proud of her. She flat out told them she was through taking shit in this town. Absolutely perfect. My mate, as we turned to walk inside, I linked Abraham Wolf at the northeast tree line, watching dark brown. I'm not picking up scent, so I'm curious. On it, boss, taking Brian. As we walk in, Renata touches Barney's cheek, and the bruise disappears as the cut healed. Amazing. Everywhere she looked, utter destruction. I walked to her and pulled her close, rubbing her back, and she smiles. I'm fine, but I'm pissed. I told her we will figure it out. She nods and says, "Can we go home now?" I smile and nod. Abraham, anything? No, Alpha caught the scent faintly. Same one inside the restaurant, okay. Let's meet at the house. Luna is ready to go home. All of us pulled into the driveway of Renata's beautiful Victorian-style home. She sat there, not moving. I asked, "Baby, talk to me," she said. "Evil has been here. The magnolia is weeping." And she jumped out of the truck. Her beautiful magnolia tree had gashes in its trunk, branches chopped off and lying around it. Renata wrapped her arms around it and began to heal the gashes. She said, "This was personal. This was done with malice and intended to hurt me. They hurt Maggie to hurt me," I said. "Maggie? At work?" She laughed and said, "The tree, Magnolia Maggie," and we both laughed. How genuinely sweet this girl is. As we walked in the back door, she stopped and said, "They have been inside our home." I stopped her on the porch and told her to wait for me to check it out. I linked the guys. I told them to go through the front door, and I was coming in the back. I entered the kitchen, and it no longer existed. Her ovens were ripped from the walls. The range top was shattered. The refrigerator was on its side, and all the contents covered the floor. She's right. This is personal. I look up, and she looks really pissed. Nuclear detonation pissed. I know who the fuck did this. That fake boobed, bleached blonde, spray tanned, legs spreading, stank ass crotch 5 gargantuan bimbo. Where are my keys? I'm going to stomp a mud hole in her ass and walk it dry. Who's coming with me? Who is coming with me? The train leaves in 5 fucking minutes. Be on it. And she stormed out the door. She's mad. Hella mad. Follow her. We don't even know where she's going or who she's talking about. Get in the goddess damn truck or I will eat you. You can't eat me, hairball. I won't let wee Willy Winky get hard for a month. On my way. We will figure it out. Brian was the first to move. He was sitting in the back seat, and Aaron jumped in beside Abraham, leaving me the front passenger seat, beside a literal steaming woman. The car is hot. The windows are fogged over, and I'm trying to wipe the windshield so I can, at least, see the tree that will decapitate me. And she says, "Chill the fuck out. We're practically immobile anyway." And the guys crack up. I asked, "Baby, where are we going?" She snapped, "Lionel's, fuking Alicia and her cronies." I let it slide. Did I go after them for setting my ass on fire? Nuwu. Did I go after her when my car was shot at? Nope. Did I beat her ass when she told me to stay away from my mate? No, I did not. I wanted to. Holy fucking shit. Did I want to? Did I knock fat boy Lionel on his ass for trying to buy my silence? No, but I should have. I so should have. But I didn't. And now? Now it's too personal to let her get away with it. She hurt Maggie. She took arms from her and left her bleeding into the earth. No, no. That is not okay, Orion. It's not. And I don't care what you say, I stated. I only asked where we were going. I'm fine if you kill the bitch. The guys laughed hysterically. Then Brian said, "Should have warriors within the perimeter in a few minutes, Alpha. Didn't figure we'd want to be there unarmed. If Luna starts World War III, we want to be able to contain it." We all laughed at that. She didn't even stop at the border. She rammed the gates, slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and as I watched concerned, she was just going to ram the house. She loosed the gas pedal, jerked the emergency brake into position, and slid us sideways to come to a halt at the front door. Impressive as fuck. And I didn't piss my pants, so there's that.
Chapter 15. Who is her mate? Renata's POV.
I am done when I found her ankle bracelet inside my back door. I lost it. I let the guys know they could come or not. Now here I sit, trying to get my breathing under control before I burn this place to the ground. I glance at Orion. I'm sorry in advance. I am fixing to fuck some shit up, and I didn't think about your alliance. He grinned at me and said, our alliance was null and void when your house was damaged. It's on Pack property. Would you like me to address that issue first? I nodded. I stepped out of my side of the car and Lionel sputtered. What's the meaning of this? Get off my land, I replied. Oh no, I want to talk to Slutisha, he asks. Alicia? That's what I said. But first, my husband would like a word. And Orion stepped out of my car. He has a flair for the dramatic. I linked, I love you. And he winked. Yep, need new panties. How does he do that? He says, baby, I can hear you. And he started laughing. Ugh. Orion strode to Lionel and said, your office now? Come on, baby. Guys. And we all follow behind Lionel. We walk into the office. And he whirls on Orion and screams, I demand to know what this is about. Orion stood to his full height and growled, stand down. Now, I looked over my shoulder at Brian and whispered, big puppy pissed. And they tried not to laugh. I thought it was funny. Lionel said, I'm sorry, Alpha Orion. What is this about, please? Orion responds, sit. I'm going to tell you a story. A year ago, a beautiful young woman moved to this town and opened a wonderful restaurant that put this place on the map, employs members of your own pack, buys her provisions from you yet. Your pack she-wolves set her on fire when her car was shot up, or being told to stay away from me, her mate, or how about being offered money to not tell anyone? But now her home has been destroyed, desecrated, and since that house sits on my packland, that is considered a declaration of war. Our alliance is null and void. Lionel sputtered. What, why? What happened? I have heard nothing. Let's discuss this. There must be an explanation, I said. There is. Have your daughter meet me out front. She has crossed her last line, 10 minutes. And I stormed out. Orion grabbed my hand and started swinging them between us, and we started laughing. Alicia stepped out of the house. When she spotted me, she started walking towards me, looking at my mate, licking her lips. She snapped her eyes back at me and sneered. What do you want, freak? I shrugged and said, to settle a score. Do you remember what I told you? The night you set me on fire? The night I fried your boyfriends? Do you? Nothing you ever say matters, so nope, she retorts. I look around. I see her dad and mom on the porch. I notice we are being surrounded by Lionel's pack, and I spot our hounds hidden behind the trees. I open my link to our whole pack. Thank you all for supporting me. I love you all. We got your back. Always, Luna. I look back at Alicia. Get your two friends out here. I'm sure they helped you trash my house. Get them, now. I looked at Lionel and said, I want the men who attacked my friends at my restaurant. Bring them here. Alicia tries to bluster her way. You can't tell me what to do. You have no proof. And I punched her in the throat. I growled, make me tell you one more time. Please push it. Deny you're guilty again. I fucking dare you. You have 2 minutes. I glance at Orion to see him smiling at me. And I hear him in my mind. I love you. Now I'm smiling. Glancing up, I really smile. Oh, look. It's Elizabeth and Belinda. Look, baby. It's Elizabeth and Belinda, the last 2 members of Whores Anonymous. Oops, sorry girls. That's supposed to be a secret, right? Hence the word anonymous. Elizabeth snarks. What the fuck do you want? I reply. I worry, Elizabeth. I worry that hair bleach has fried the only brain cell you were born with. I told all three of you something the night you hurt my tree. The night you set me on fire, causing his death. 5 of you. Fucking 5. And you couldn't be bothered with tying me to the 4x4 fence post 6 feet from the tree? You deliberately chose to tie me to that tree. You knew I had healed him. And because of you, he died. Now, what did I tell you that night? One of you has to have at least one surviving brain cell. What the fuck did I tell you? Belinda says that we had better never harm another living thing, or we would answer to you. I snorted, close. What I said was, if you ever bring harm to another living thing, I would be coming for you and hell would be coming with me. And I lost my own shit. Looking at Orion, and he was laughing when he said, you just didn't realize hell would be hounds. And even our hounds in the trees laughed. I was bouncing a ball of light on my hand. I knew the girls would think it was lightning. It's nothing more than fairy lights. Now, girls, I will give you the opportunity to be truthful and let everyone know what you did. If you do that, I will let you go. I know you are followers. You aren't bright enough to lead. Who's it going to be? After about 5 minutes, could have been 2, seemed longer. I hate waiting. No patience. Shit. Out of your head, Renata. Belinda speaks. Oh, for the love of goddess. Alicia told us her mate wants you back at some backwater, so she had to run you out of town. She told us to help, and she would pay is with a spa day and 5 meniptes. And that's not just something to sneeze at, you know. I said, no, I don't know. You literally trashed my house and scarred Maggie for fake fucking nails. What in the fuck is wrong with you? She literally replies, who's Maggie? We didn't hurt anyone. And I responded, get out of my sight, both of you, you ignorant twits. And they both took off running. I looked at Alicia. I pulled her ankle bracelet from my pocket and held it up. Recognize this? Know where I found it? Behind my kitchen door, in my house, which has been destroyed by you. For what? Jealous? Because you tell me to stay away from my mate. He isn't yours. And now we find out you have your own mate. I spun to my left and summoned tree roots to pin down the man trying to sneak up on me. I looked directly at Lionel and told him, try that shit again, and you won't like what I do. You're on my shit list too. You better hope I don't find out you're on the wrong side of this alliance. And that's why you let your daughter pull this shit and sent warriors to destroy my restaurant. Tell me why, Alicia, I ordered her. She said, you have to go back. You fuked my mate, and now you need to go back. Well, color me confused, I said. I was a virgin when I met my mate. He is the only man I have been with. Who is your mate, Alicia? When she didn't answer, Orion stepped forward, and in his dual voice says, who is your mate? She draws back away and says, Robert Demeter, well fuck my life.
Chapter 16, I Call Her Alice, Orion's POV.
Did she just say she didn't write? I grab her arm and yank it to her father, linking my inner circle to follow. Lionel, your office now. And what I am worried about is that what you are going to tell me now is going to cost you your life. Move, now. I turned to Renata and asked, can you do that choking on bubbles thing if we need? She smiled and said, just say the word. Brian says, excellent execution of that throat punch, Luna. Made us proud. And we all laughed. Walking in the office, I say, you will tell me what you know. Both of you. Lionel, if I find you have entered this alliance under false pretenses, your pack is forfeit. Start talking or start choking. Tell you what, let's do it this way. Alicia, how long have you known Robert is your mate? She didn't answer straight away. I noticed she rubbed her throat. Then she started coughing and smoke rolled out of her mouth. I raised my eyebrow at my girl, and she shrugs and says, "Something I wanted to try." She was the perfect subject. We all laughed. Then Alicia spoke. "I've known Robert is my mate for over 2 years. And yes, freak, I knew he abducted you. My dad knew too. And when you showed up here, it was like it was supposed to be. But Robert said he wants you, that you're all he thinks about. So I called Eldon about you. And he said I have to force you out. Make you leave so you could be taken to Blackwater. I didn't know you made it. That's going to throw a big wrench in his plans." I asked her how she knows Eldon, and she said he's allies with Lionel. Now, we have more puzzle pieces, but none of the edges. I'm going to have to talk to Dad. Too many coincidences. Something isn't fitting. Tell me, Lionel, did you know who I was when you offered this alliance? And how could you let her be taken, whipped, beaten, torture? What kind of man are you? Would you be just as okay if it was your kid? Lionel kept looking at Renata like she was going to melt him into the floor. I snapped. "Speak," he growled. "Of course I knew who you are. I did your father a favor and engineered an alliance in your favor. I didn't let anyone be taken. I didn't know who she was. She's not the first girl Robert has taken. Why do you think he was sent so far away from your dad? Robert likes his girls young, and he likes to break them." I snapped again. "That man is not my father. My father would never beat me nearly to death and letting his 8 other sons continue. On my 6th birthday, my father would never do that. Eldon is not my father. Not my family. Say it again, and I will snap your neck. Why does Eldon want my mate?" Lionel shrugs. "Who knows? He's crazy as a run-over cat. He rants about needing her dead. Then he wants to mate and mark her. Then he wants to breed her. Like Alicia says, the mark changes everything. I have an idea. Hey guys, what if I offer him a deal? Get him to get Eldon out of the pack house so we can get that book. Abraham says in theory that would work. What would you offer him?" "I would let him keep his alpha title and his pack. He can take his pack and leave our territory." I sat there a few minutes. Then I said, "Lionel, you can tell Eldon you have succeeded and Renata has left town. Because she will be leaving. You just won't know where she is. I will be leaving as well. Back to my father's. We're helping them get rid of a rogue problem. And it's time you and I make a deal. You will manage to get Eldon away from his pack house for 3 days. No reason for you to know why. You will do it because you will swear a blood oath with me. You betray me, you die. It's that simple. In exchange for that, I will not take your alpha title or your pack. You will keep your money. But you will move far away from here. This territory is mine. Now what say you?" Lionel sighed. He's angry. He growled out, "I'm not left with much choice, am I? You took all my options away. I'll do it. But I can't guarantee Eldon will go anywhere. Why do you need him out anyway?" I looked long and hard at him. "You deprived yourself of choice when you decided to betray honest men. When you threw your lot in with a murderer, you took your choices away. Being able to blame someone else is just a bonus for you. Let's get this blood oath done. You understand what it means, yeah? If you betray me, by word, actions, or deed, you die painfully. Same for me. But I'm not worried about me. I have a feeling you'll be dead before I could think of betraying you. Hey, baby, I wonder if you can give Lionel here a little taste of what his death will feel like." And she concenters on his blood, warming it up. Soon Lionel's face was red. His body was shaking. He was covered in sweat. And she stopped, smiled at him, and said, "That was the condensed version. Get to your feet, Skanklisha, and pack a bag. You'll be going with us. I have a score to settle with your mate, and you might come in handy. Brian, she needs a couple guards shadowing her 247. And someone to go with her now. Leave her phone with me." My gorgeous mate never ceases to amaze me. Even thought of taking a hostage. Should we need leverage? But I'm not sure that said hostage will survive long, especially if she taunts Renata very much. I stood and did the loyalty blood oath with Lionel to get it over with. Then I walked Renata to an SUV. I had our Delta drive over and let him drive Renata's car back. No way was she driving us all the way to the airport. That's one of those once-in-a-lifetime experiences. I smiled down at my little firecracker. I love that people underestimate her, that they see this quiet, unassuming young woman until she isn't. Then all hell breaks loose. I asked, "Why do you name the plants? The trees? Is it a fairy thing?" She laughed and said, "I don't name them. Goddess, no. Could you imagine trying to come up with so many names? Their mother names them. They just tell me when I introduce myself." "Their mother?" I asked. She nods and smiles so wide, like she's about to share something exciting, and says, "Yes, she names all her children. I can't wait for you to meet her. She's so sweet, beautiful. But her good nature only goes so far. She's got to be upset as hell with that skank. Maggie is a toddler, only 4 years old. She hasn't even bloomed yet. It's not going to be pretty." I sat there a few minutes, thinking over what she just said. Then it was like a light bulb went off. "Baby, what's Maggie's mother's name?" She smirks. "You know her as Mother Earth." "I call her Alice." I laughed. Of course she calls her Alice. Why wouldn't she? My mate is on first-name basis with the goddess of the earth. Yep, she amazes me more each day. As we reached the airfield and got out, I looked around, making sure everyone had arrived. I asked Abraham, "Who's the guard you have with the girl?" And he replies, "His name is Dan, I believe, and the girl has a name." I grinned and retorted, "Yes, yes, but I struggle to remember if it's Slutisha or Skanklisha, so I just use girl." We both laughed. He says, "Alicia, you aren't as colorful as Luna." I laugh again. I am so proud of how much they love her already. Once we're settled into our seats, I turned to our group. The builders assured me all renovations will be done to the campground in just a few days. They plan on taking care of Renata's house tomorrow. There will be workers clearing debris from the restaurant to begin that restoration. Now, what do we do with that pink pack house on our new territory? Aaron says, "Paint it. Turn it into a community center of sorts. Open up the first floor. Make it something our kids and teens would enjoy. Someplace to hold summer dances. Even a skate night. If our pups are busy, they won't find trouble." Renata practically yelled, "What a great idea. Oh, I just love it. Can I be in charge? I would arrange theme nights, like 50s sock hop skate, or Midsummer Night's Dream Dance. I can get our teen girls involved in the planning. Oh, we could have a masquerade ball, and a costume ball, and prizes. We could have prizes for the best costume. It can be an annual thing, something our pups can look forward to, like a prom for us. What fun. Oh, I have so many ideas." Erin pats her hand and says, "Out of your head, little fairy." And we all laugh. I grin. I kind of like when she goes wherever it is her mind takes her. She thinks so fast. It's hard to keep up, but it's fun. And we laugh again.
Chapter 17. Heracles Wants to Hunt.
Landing at the airstrip, Alicia decided she was going to escape. She took off running across the field, and Brian asked, "Shouldn't we catch her?" Renata smiled an evil little grin and shook her head. "Nope. This is a lesson only she can learn." And just then, a tree branch hit her in the face, knocking her down. Then several vines lashed against her back, drawing blood. She's whimpering and trying to crawl back toward the airstrip. A tree root snapped around her ankle and tossed her in the air. A vine caught her and held her suspended by her ankle, while branches and vines lashed at her skin. She was bloody, and her clothes were in tatters. The vine swung backwards, and tossed her out of the tree line to land practically at our feet unconscious. Orion said, "Damn, baby, that was brutal," and laughed. Renata looked at him. That wasn't me. I simply told Polly what Slagisha has done. To Polly and Maggie. That was nature's way. Abraham shook his head, saying, "I'm going to regret this, Polly? Polly, I know Maggie." Renata laughed. "Polly Pine. She's Polly's sister. And my sweet baby Maggie Magnolia. People don't realize. Fuking around with the children of Alice can cause repercussions. Mother Earth has no problem providing for our every need. All she asks in return is that we replenish and replace what we take, and to not abuse the earth. When it is abused or used for malicious intent, they will retaliate. And that's what happened just now." They pulled up the driveway at the pack house, and Orion saw his whole family waiting. He barreled out of the truck and asked, "What's wrong? What's happened?" They all looked at him in confusion. Charles says, "I have need of my daughter in the kitchen. It feels like we have been eating cardboard since she went away." And his brothers nodded. He remarks, "Y'all know she's not staying here forever, right?" Their shoulders drooped and they walked inside, leaving dark shadows to follow. Laughing at them, Matt signaled for Orion and his men to follow him. Opening the door to the conference room, Matthew sat watching everyone find their seats. He said, "This is an update of everything that's been happening here. We have had 3 failed attempts of hackers trying to access our security system. Thank you, Brian, for the extra firewalls. Our trackers have located 2 rogue camps, with about 30 men huddled in place. Tobias sent news that 4 of the brothers have pulled their support on the revelation you've made it. That has cut their fighters by over half. Eldon is recruiting rogues, and his own warriors are starting to rebel. Orion Alastair contacted me to request an audience with you. I have granted it. Now before you jump all scary double voice bullshit at me. Hear me out." Abraham nods, saying, "Yeah, that's some scary shit." Matthew continues, "Alastair may have some useful information. He may be able to tell us exactly where the book is kept, or even what it may say. I am not asking you to go all hearts and flowers on the dude, just to listen to him." Orion sits a few minutes, then nods. "Fine, I will hear him out. But when he bleeds all over your pretty gray rug, don't be mad at Heracles. He won't care, never does." And the entire group chuckles. Alastair is escorted in, and Orion looks closely at him. He feels nothing for this man who shares his DNA, hardly recognizes him. His 6-year-old memory had practically erased the faces of his biological family, and he couldn't care less. As Alastair Satirian spoke, "I am willing to hear you out. Do not preface this conversation with useless apologies. Those are 20 years too late." And Alastair began to speak. "We were never allowed to be close to you. We were told you were an abomination, a freak of nature, a danger to our society. We were literally being conditioned to hate you. When you turned 6, and Robert broke your leg. I always believed that's why Heracles made his presence known, to protect you. The beatings you had endured until that day were nothing compared to what happened that day. The mark on your forehead started glowing and Dad went crazy. 8 brothers, 8 older brothers did nothing to stop him. We were ordered to beat and kick your little body all the way out of our territory. You were unconscious. They kept kicking you in the air, laughing as you crashed into trees, rocks, everything in the path to the border. I want you to know, Henry, nor I touched you. We didn't try to stop them. And to be honest, I was too afraid they would do the same to me if I did. Daniel heaved you high above his head once we reached the edge of the pack land and hurled you down the ravine. You lay there, still, and we thought you were dead. I snuck out later that night to bring you some food and water, a blanket to help you stay warm. I didn't find you, but I left everything I'd brought, just in case." Orion responds, "I found them." "Why, Alastair?" Why did my birthmark set him off like that? Alistair sighed. He replied, I didn't know at the time, and none of us knew you had transcended to Hellhound. Except Dad. He blamed your mother, saying her demon wolf caused it, which everyone knows is nonsense. I found a book in Dad's office a few years later. It described how hellhounds come to be and why they are necessary. But it also talks about the legend, the hellhound that appears only if there is a great evil coming. He is recognized by a glowing paw print on his forehead. When he meets and marks his mate beneath a full moon, he will become the most powerful wolf on earth. The book explains that the legend's mate is almost never a wolf and is born with the same mark as the wolf. I read that eventually, the legend and his mate will be crowned king and queen of wolves. We haven't had a king in 2,000 years, but the book also states, the legend cannot be king without his true mate, and if that mate is marked by anyone else, the one who marked her would become king. The only catch being no one can mark her without her express consent. A forced marking guarantees the death of both. Matthew says, fuck me, that's a lot to process. And Orion retorts, too much. Heracles is chewing a hole in my head. He needs to run and kill something. Alistair. How many warriors does your father have at his disposal? And why have 4 of you pulled back? Alistair drops his eyes and said, Henry Xavier, Sheldon, and I refuse. We have caused you enough hell. You are legend. You will be king. We were misguided, but we aren't stupid. We have chosen to stand behind you, to support you, instead of fighting against you. As it stands, Dad has about 450 fighters. Anthony, William, Elliot, and Robert are all standing with him. Their warriors all have different fighting techniques, and none of them are training together, all believing they are better. Definitely no teamwork happening. And the rogues, now they're funny. They have no agenda, no motivation. They are there for the money and couldn't care less about any fighting protocols. They don't follow orders, and I never notice them training. It's chaos, not organized chaos, just a ramshackle bunch of warriors with no direction. At least, not yet. Dad has ordered training from 6 in the morning until 5 in the evening, hoping to whip them into some kind of military. Nobody listens, though. I haven't heard plans or of any attack looming. Dad holds himself up with Robert mostly. Another alpha shows up from time to time, a friend of Robert's, I believe. Other than that, any information I received was second-hand after I told Dad I wouldn't help. I have sent my warriors home to ready our defenses. I have a feeling Dad is going to try and attack us first, thinking he will force my warriors into his service like he's done with all the smaller packs around him. Orion looks up and smiles. If you think I am buying this seemingly change of heart, think again. You have a lot of proving to do. I will tell you this. If your dad comes for you, an attack is imminent, send word to me. I will stop it. Now, Matthew, about those camps. Men, call up your hounds. Heracles wants to hunt. And all his men jumped to their feet and hit the door running.
Chapter 18. She's one smart cookie.
Renata is just getting game hens in the ovens to roast when she sees her guys running out the back door. She asks Kenneth where they're going. He's explaining about Heracles blowing a fuse and wanting to kill some rogues, and she says, oh, he's just tired. He gets cranky when he needs a nap. And they chuckle at her. Matthew walked into the kitchen with Alistair, introduces him, and says, dinner smells amazing, darling. What did you decide on? She smiles up at him and tells him roasted garlic mashed potatoes, oven braised asparagus, glazed carrots, and Cornish game hens, wrapped in bacon, stuffed with prosciutto and Gouda cheese. Matthew lit up saying he can't wait. What's for dessert? Kenneth asks, and she replies, chocolate lava cakes. Renata keeps looking over at Alistair. She's trying to behave, and she was doing good. She thought she was doing great. and she didn't notice her guys stepping onto the back patio. When she heard Alistair ask Matthew how she fits in here, as Matthew started to explain, Renata stopped him. "Allow me. You're one of them, right? I can see your resemblance to Orion. It's slight, but noticeable. You're one of the 8 who hurt him. An innocent child. You left him for dead. He would have died had his brothers not found him. Had his father not nursed him back to health. The things I want to do to you. The pain I want to cause you. I won't, though. Not until Orion tells me I can. How do I fit in, you ask? Apparently, I am the nightmare your father tried to annihilate." Alistair was stunned into silence. Orion walked over to Renata and lifted her into his arms, saying, "I see you've met my mate. Renata, this is Eldon's 4th son, and he is saying he's on our side right now." She smiles sweetly at him and says, "Make him swear a blood oath. I like those, and so much better than mere words and empty promises." Alistair starts laughing hard. He shakes his head. "You have found her? You've mated. Are you marked?" At Orion's nod, he laughed harder and chokes out, "He's failed. And when he finds out, he will become desperate. When that happens, he's going to get sloppy. I can't wait to watch him fall apart. You want a blood oath? You got it. Fuck. My whole pack will swear a blood oath to you." Everyone was getting seated for dinner, while Renata helped the servers bring everything to the table. Alicia and her guards sitting almost directly across from her. She smiled at everyone and said, "Bon appetit." Only one person hesitated, and all eyes turned to the voice, "I'm not eating this slop." Renata started laughing. "You didn't have a problem eating this slop nearly every day for almost a year. Sometimes twice a day. So enlighten me, Alicia. Why is this slop unsatisfactory to you now?" Alicia slams her hands on the table and growls, "My name is Alicia," and Renata responds, "Yep, I know. You spent many months calling me out of my name. Remember that? The difference between what I call you and what you called me is truth. I am not a freak, a halfling, a witch, and definitely not a fae. You, on the other hand, are a skank, a slut, a whore. I have yet to see you exhibit one redeeming quality. You have a goddess-blessed mate. Yet you happily jump on any and every Tom's hairy dick in order to achieve any feeling of self-worth, right down to trying to get my mate to fuck you. Not that I blame you for that. He is a fine specimen of man-meat, but he is mine, not yours. Yours is a skeezy, slippery lump of snail slime that should never have crawled out from under his rock. The only reason you are still allowed to breathe the same air as we do is because I want to watch his face when I kill you. Now enjoy the meal. You never know when it will be your last." At the foot of the table, a slow clap began and moved around the entire pack, picking up pace until the sound became deafening, and all Dark Shadow's wolves howled out the love of their Luna. Alistair asked Kenneth, "Who's her mate?" Kenneth laughed back, "Oh, that would be your brother, Robert. Renata has an ugly history with Robert, and she's looking forward to making him pay. It's going to be entertaining around here, with his mate in our custody." Brian asks for a meeting after dinner, as he and Tim have discovered some information that he believes is helpful, and Orion nods. He reaches for Renata and pulls her into his lap. He whispers, "I have missed you today. Come with me to the meeting after dinner." She nods happily and kaises him, saying, "Why don't I bring in dessert and snifters of brandy, and we can enjoy a little peace?" He agrees, and they all head out, with Brian staying behind to help Renata. All the men were seated, enjoying a laugh and teasing Orion about being a fine specimen of man-meat, when Renata entered, pushing her tea cart filled with desserts and brandy. After serving them and getting herself situated, she smiled at everyone and asked, "Where were we?" And they laughed. Tim spoke first. "Brian and I have been sending drones over Blackwater Pack. We have noticed there are 4 trapdoor-like apparatuses hidden in the forest floor. We have set trail cams in the trees, facing these doors. Late at night, we noticed there is a high influx of traffic men entering and leaving. We have ascertained these doors lead to tunnels, and there seem to be more rogues joining the cause. Orion asks, how accessible are these tunnels? Can you give me any time frame they seem to be unbothered or unused? I am going to need an easy access into and out of that pack in a few days, and that sounds like a feasible entry. Brian nods. We haven't noticed any traffic before midnight or after around 4 in the morning. Never any movement when the moon is high. It should be an easy in and out. Orion nods at him and turns toward Alistair. Tell me, where does your father keep that book you read? It doesn't belong to him or with him, and we need to read everything about this legend. We are missing pieces, and only having that book will help us understand what all of this entails. Your father is the only person who has read it in its entirety, and I am not good with being kept in the dark. Alistair replies, it's in his office. The center drawer of his desk has a false bottom, completely fashioned out of silver, so be careful. The drawer directly to the left has a keypad, under a black cover. Ironically, the passcode to the locked silver box is your birthday. Never understood that one. To get to his office, you have 3 left turns and 2 sets of stairs. There are no guards in his house because his mate believes everyone is out to get her. She's a recluse and seldom leaves her room. In my opinion, he has abused her so greatly, she's just batshit crazy now. Orion simply nods, saying, silver doesn't bother us any more than wolfsbane does. And I just may convince his mate to desert that sinking ship, take his mate and hide her. Like he did mine. Without the beatings and torture, though. She's probably innocent of all Eldon's depravity. Now, Alistair, let's take care of that blood oath. Rinatada speaks up. I am going with you to retrieve the book. I can glamour us, so we aren't seen. It's a brief glamour. Invisibility is an energy-consuming one, and I will need to retain enough energy to summon Alice. I want to ask her to seal all those tunnels, and while I could request and aid the earth to fill them in, she can just have it done all at once. And everyone nods like they knew what she was talking about. Orion and Alistair complete the blood oath, and Alistair asks, how does my pack pledge to you? The same? And Orion responds, no, I don't want them to drink my blood shit. I'd be anemic halfway through. You Alpha command them to remain loyal, at risk to your life. You committed your pack to blood oath, which means if one of them betrays you, in regards to me, then that act of treason falls on your head. Rinatada says, I wouldn't tell your pack any of that. Goddess forbid you have anyone who wants to overthrow you. What an easy way to accomplish that. What I would do is Alpha command them to never divulge anything regarding your pack to anyone. Not Eldon's pack, not any of your brother's packs, but only let them know it's because you are severing ties with a lot of them. You are Alpha. That's the only information they need. Orion grins from ear to ear and shouts, my mate. She's one smart cookie.
Chapter 19 In Kept Orion. Orion's POV.
I watched my beautiful mate hobble crookedly to the bathroom, where I stood, drawing her a bath. I laughed and said, I'm sorry, baby girl. I told you Heracles wouldn't go easy. She replies, you have to let him come forward sometimes too. I'm not just your mate. I'm his. I think if we let him participate more, he will learn to be gentler. I laughed again and retorted, sure, let's go with that, and scooped her up, sinking into the tub with her. Tobias linked me from Blackwater. Eldon is leaving for 2 days. Departure at 9 a.m. Robert is remaining here to oversee training. We will be there around 11. Try to keep training interesting. I chuckle I will cause a distraction. I tell Rinatada we will be leaving for Blackwater in an hour. She nods and rinses her hair. We toweled each other off dressed and headed downstairs to meet our men. I told Matthew what was happening and an estimated time to expect us back. I then linked our warriors and told them if we weren't back by 5 this afternoon to come after us. Even if it means destruction of Blackwater, we take off after breakfast. I laugh at Renata as she walks beside me, causing flowers to bloom around us. She's whistling every few minutes to a tiny yellow bird on her shoulder. The smile on her face lets me know she's having fun. It takes so little to make her happy. I pray to always see that smile on her face as we reach the first trapdoor. I look around, making sure we're in the clear. I pull the door up and hop down into the hole, telling Abraham to lower Renata to me, then close it and stay out of sight. With that done, I lead her up the tunnel, and as I feel the floor sloping upwards, I turn to her and whisper, "Time for some glamour, beautiful." She giggles and waves her tiny hands in the air and says, "Done." I say, "We're invisible." She nods and giggles again. I ask her why I can see her. She looks at me with an actual dull look and says, "You're my mate," because apparently that explains everything. I pushed on the door and it opened easily, and we stepped into a root cellar that looked to be attached to Eldon's house. The intel Brian is accumulating is proving invaluable. I could hear shouts and laughter coming from the training field while we just sauntered through Eldon's house. We entered the office and found the book in minutes, and I find myself hoping Alistair is really changing his ways. Picking up the book, we headed out of the office and down the stairs. Brian links me Ori. "Stick that book under your shirt or something. Right now it looks like that fucking thing is floating around the house like a ghost." I almost laughed out loud and tucked the book in my shirt. As we entered back into the tunnel, I told Renata about the floating book, and she cracked up. Abraham lifted my love up and out, while I pulled myself out. Renata sat cross-legged on the ground. She sank her fingers into the soil. Within moments, the air around us shimmered and a beautiful woman appeared. She was barefoot, wearing a simple peasant-style dress in green and gold. Green eyes the color of the leaves and brown curly hair, and a wreath of flowers on her head. Renata squealed and ran to her. "Alice, I have missed you." Mother Nature laughed and said, "I have missed your face, my happy fairy. I see you found your mate, and such a nice one too. Now why have you summoned me?" Renata explains, "There are tunnels under this land. I have listened to the tree roots. The trees are in pain. I want to fill the tunnels, allow their roots to heal." Alice smiled at her and says, "Of course, my child. I will fill the tunnels completely. My earth will be healed. My children will all be well." I watched as boulders, rocks, soil, and dirt began pouring into the tunnel we were standing beside. Looking around, I could see the same thing happening all over the forest floor. It was an amazing sight, and it was more than obvious it would take decades to try and dig those tunnels out. Life is good. I can't wait to watch Eldon's meltdown on video. Gonna be classic. Returning to Matthew and Kenneth's pack house, we went straight to the conference room, asking Charles to join us. We sat down, and I slid the book to the center of the table. Renata crawled into my lap and wrapped around me. Brian handed me a throw, and I covered her. She was sleeping in a minute. Aaron said, "The glamour," and I nodded. Brian laughs, says, "Watch this," and plays the video of the floating book. And it did. It looked like it was possessed, bouncing around in thin air, and then it just disappeared, and Aaron asks, "Where'd it go?" It was there, and then poof. How did it get here? And we were all rolling. Matt chokes out. Orion put it under his shirt to hide it. Charles looks at me and says, "Let's find us some goddess-damned pieces, son. It's time to put this puzzle to bed." I nod and tell him there is a bookmark holding the part about my birthmark, and I believe where this ridiculous saga begins. Charles begins reading through it, making notes on a pad, as he finds something of interest. Leaving him to it, I twisted to one side and propped my feet on a nearby chair, adjusting my armor so she could be more comfortable. Tim jumps up and runs to the TV, plugging his laptop into the TV and yells, "Watch this," and Eldon walks in with none other than Lionel. Within seconds, Robert comes in. Eldon rants, "Robert, it appears your mate is being held hostage by Orion. Things are getting away from me. I just should have taken that girl from you and brought her here. She'd still be in my cells. You incompetent fucking twat. You know I needed that girl. Untouched. Lionel tells me he thinks they have found each other and mated. If that is fact, I have to see what I have to do to summon him. Robert, I will kill you myself if I can't find the answers I seek." Charles looks at me and says, "Orion, sit down." And since I am sitting, I ask what? And everyone laughed. Charles chuckles, "Oh, well, okay. The reason Eldon wants you, he needs your blood. The reason he wants Rinatada is to sacrifice her, burning her heart, as he pours your blood into the flames. In doing this, he will summon Lucifer and all his disciples to rid the earth of all hellhounds, a slaughter, murdering countless beings. That is his plan." I will continue reading until we know more. I just nod, because, well, speech evades me at the moment. I'm distracted when I hear Eldon going off again. "Where the fuck is my book? Who's been here? Pull security video. Now, someone was in this house. Why the fuck do I have guards? Get Lauren down here. She is in this house all day long. She should know," Brian said. "Just wait. I didn't erase the part where the book is seen floating in the air for about 10 seconds. Just the door opening and closing twice. This should be good." The video switched cameras to Eldon's office, and they are running video. Robert says, "Stop. What's that? Back up there. There's your book." Like he's just found the meaning of life. And Eldon pops him in the head. "Where's my book now, dumbass? Care to explain how a fucking book flies halfway down the stairs and disappears? What the fuck was that? Where the fuck did it go? Who took it? And how the fuck did whatever it is get in this house?" Robert's voice shakes out. "What if it's still here? What if it's black magic and it kills us in our sleep? We have to find it. Call the trackers." Eldon shakes his head at Robert, saying, "You are my greatest disappointment. I should have beat you and kept Orion." And every single one of us roared with laughter.
Chapter 20. This is perfect. Orion's POV.
Charles asks us to listen, and I sit up. The only way Eldon can succeed now is to find a way to remove your mark. He will have to find a dark witch for that. And while they were said to have been wiped out 100 years ago, it would be naive to believe that. This next part, Rinatada should be awake for. She sleepily says, "I've been awake. I heard everything. What do we have to do to prevent the devil running loose?" She's unflappable. Everything in stride. "You have to go before the council and prove the legend lives." Charles stutters out. "And I know Rinatada is heading to Crazy Town, and I'm just going to enjoy it." She shrieks, "What? We just gonna waltz our happy asses into council chambers and say, 'Hey, we are your king and queen, so kneel fukers,' and they're gonna say, 'Oh sure, no problemo. Here is your crown.' No, just fuck no. We walk in there announcing we're the king and queen, and they will lock our crazy asses up. And I am not about to deliver my baby in a jail cell." And I screamed, "What?" And she mutters, "Fuck me." I didn't expect that to be how I told him. I lifted her back into my lap and whispered, "We're pregnant." She nods. And it starts to drizzle rain. I say, "No, baby, no, I'm happy, over the moon happy." And just like that, all dried up, I said, "This changes everything. Abraham, arrange a council meeting. Immediately. If they hesitate, if they hem and haw, you tell them I will be there. The day after tomorrow at 9 a.m. They will see me, or they won't like the consequences. Charles, I will need you with us. We need the book. Highlight everything we need to prove who we are. What else will we need? Renata asks, should I bring proof of who I am? I look down at her and ask what she means, and she shrugs, saying, my mother was the second sister to the king of the now obliterated fairy kingdom. I am still a princess by title. I will have to go by my house, though. I was dumbfounded. I don't know how to respond. She's already a princess, and would be queen if her kingdom was not defunct. She looked at me and says, say something. I know I should have told you, but I don't think about it. It's better to not think about being one of the last of your kind. It's not like I'm a real princess. There has to be a kingdom to be a princess, and I just forgot. I would have remembered if it was important, but it's not, and it doesn't change anything. Except to look good on paper for the council. Bunch of snobby old geezers who think their shit don't stink. Impressed by titles and money. Stupid council. If there was a king, he should get rid of those pompous assholes. I would. A king needs advisors, not babysitters. And the room is hysterical. Tears rolling, sides splitting laughing. And my beautiful mate says, what? And we were done for? Abraham asks, Luna, where is your paperwork? Jason is going to grab it and bring it to us here. As your attorney, I want to keep all the paperwork together. Renata tells him, in the closet in my bedroom, the floorboards are loose. The right rear corner, under my filing cabinet. Charles pipes in, you have their marriage license, right? I have Orion's original birth certificate and his current one. We had it changed when the council allowed me to legally adopt him. I also have a video of that meeting as well as a transcription. The council is aware he is a hybrid demon wolf and hellhound. They were never made aware of the paw print. I have a folder in my office I can give you. Abraham thanks him, then heads out to do whatever it is Abraham does. Brian said he's going to arrange the warriors we will take with us to the capital. I look at my brothers and tell them I am taking my beautiful bride to bed. A night of peace and quiet before all hell breaks loose. I lifted her, bridal style, into my arms and headed to our room. I kissed her deeply and laid her on the bed. I stood and dropped my jeans to the floor. Yanking my shirt off, I sat her up and pulled her dress off over her head. She had no bra on, and I whispered, always be like this, no bra. And I rolled her nipples between my fingers. She gasped, and I took advantage and let my tongue dance with hers. I lowered myself over her and kissed down her body, reaching the waistband of her tiny panties, and I extended a claw and ripped them off. I immediately circled her clit with my tongue, clamping my lips around it and sucking hard, entering her with my first 2 fingers, pumping in and out at a steady pace. She moaned and whispered my name. Harder, she says, and I immediately acquiesced to her desire. I pushed in harder, palm up, curling my fingers in a C formation and moved them up and back rapidly, pushing in and out, still sucking and licking her clit. She screams, Orion, I'm coming, and while she was riding her wave, I rose up and pushed my cock inside her to the hilt. Oh my goddess, no greater feeling in the world. I started pumping in and out of her slowly. Then she pulled heat to her and started grinding and rocking her hips against my cock, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I growled and begged her don't stop, and I shot rope after rope of hot cum inside her tight pussy. I collapsed on top of her. I was done, and she giggled. She giggled because I came so hard, I nearly knocked myself out, so I tickled her. She started laughing, and the more I listened to it, the more I wanted to hear it. After we showered, we were lying there talking about the future, and she says, are you worried about being king and in charge of all those people? I don't want you to feel overwhelmed. I smiled and said, my Amber. We have nearly 12,000 hellhounds in our pack. I handle them well. We will be okay. Are you worried? She sits bolt upright and says, hell yes, I'm worried. What about me, says Queen. I'm plain and strange and have to have a step stool to brush my teeth. I mean, Look at you, all 7 perfect manliness, and I'm this. I pulled her into me and whispered, and this is perfect.
Chapter 21. And Robert fainted.
Orion and Rinatada were at the breakfast table having pancakes when Tobias linked Alpha. There seems to be mass deployment. They're loading buses and 20 of us were ordered to stay here to guard the pack. Can you get your family out? Now would be a good time to get to my pack. I can probably get to them after dark. I said, Brian, get Blackwater up on the screen. And we waited. As soon as it popped up, everyone gasped. I said, he ordered deployment this morning, and he is leaving only 20 men to watch the pack. I have a feeling he is desperate, and that makes him dangerous. I need to know what direction he's headed. Can we hack his GPS? And yes, I know I said, we. It makes me feel smarter, okay? And just like that, tensions eased. I asked, Abe, how ready are we for the morning? And anyone who is going with us. We are wheels up by 8 p.m. tonight. I want nothing about this trip to be predictable. Until the very last minute. Until we step through Chambers' doors. I want to keep everyone guessing. Brian, I want the whole thing videoed. We will release it to the public if the council tries any shit. We don't play by their rules. Never have, never will. Abraham smiles, looking proud. He says, I have irrefutable proof, ironclad, from a book, written hundreds of years ago, stating you exist, that you are legend. Proof this is preordained by fates. We should be planning a crowning. Makes you wonder where the crown jewels are, doesn't it? Matthew says, Kenneth is going with you and Dad. I will stay here to protect us. Council was informed you will all have 4 guards each due to recent threats. They balked, and were told it is something they can discuss with you. As per your order, 150 warriors will be less than 2 minutes out from your call. They won't be seen. I nodded and smiled. These are my people, my family, and I am damned proud. Renata said, we cannot thank you enough. You have all gone above and beyond and accomplished more than we could have asked for. We are so proud to call you family. And I was even prouder, as everyone told her they loved her and hugged her in turn. We had a quiet dinner and headed to the airfield. We would be arriving around midnight. Abraham made reservations at an upscale motel about 10 minutes from the council building. The vehicles we use tonight will not be the ones we use tomorrow. We will enter the front to register tonight, and morning, we leave by the service entrance. I am praying for no interference, but I am ready for it. Brian says, GPS is showing Eldon at Lionel's pack, which is a little odd. Do we still have warriors there? I thought Lionel was supposed to be moving out. I laughed. I said, hold on, and took my phone from my pocket and pressed Lionel's number and put it on speaker. Alpha Orion, what can I do for you? I replied. It's odd that I call my landline in one of my offices, and it's answered by the former Alpha, who isn't supposed to be there. Why is that, I wonder? He stutters. I am just finalizing the move right now. I will be gone in a few days. And I responded, no, today. I will be there tonight to see where I want to start renovating. And hung up. I have no intention of being there tonight. I just wanted to fuck with him. Renata says, isn't it funny? He didn't ask about his daughter. Not one word. Something strange there. And I realized she's right. He wasn't concerned. And then my mate says, oh, chocolate. And I spin my head to see Erin handing her a candy bar. We all carry chocolate now. It seems to be her craving of the month. She gets a little out there without it. We found that out when we sat through 30 minutes of absolute inane chatter that began and surprisingly ended talking about the benefits of chocolate. So we at least came full circle. We are deplaned, and I link all our people to stay alert. Something isn't sitting easy about all this. Having to rush through this makes me very uneasy. I look across the airfield and spot my warriors in the tree line. No mistaking those startling red eyes. We climb into our subs and head off to the motel. The ride over was uneventful, and we didn't spot anything unusual. I asked Brian to check on Eldon, and I ran Renata a nice bath so she could unwind. I undressed her and helped her in. I was in the process of ordering room service when Brian walked in. He tells me Eldon hasn't moved. He was still at Lionel's. That doesn't make sense. I told him to hack Lionel's GPS. Renata came out of the bathroom and asked me to call Matthew. She just had an awful feeling, and it felt like something is up at home. At the same time, Brian says, Lionel's vehicles are 60 miles away from Matthew's. I said, Mother Fuker signed his own death warrant. He went after his daughter knowing I wasn't there. Get me Matthew on Skype. Dad, Kenneth. My room now. Just as Skype was connecting, Dad and Kenneth walked in. I said, Matthew, Lionel is 50 miles outside of our pack, rolling in fast with about 5 vehicles, unaware of how many warriors. He's coming for his daughter. Matthew replies, Don't worry about us. We are already lining up to hold him at the border. I laughed and said, Do me a favor. Let Lionel step on our land, and if Eldon isn't there to see it in person, video it and send it to Eldon. And tell him, this is what happens when you betray the Black Alpha. Matt whines. He actually whines and asks, What happens? Tell me. I laughed and told him call me when it's over. Renata laughs and claps her hands. I can't wait to see that video. Dad said, What's going to happen? I said, His blood temperature will climb and climb until it literally starts to boil, until he spontaneously combusts. Kenneth shivers. That would be a horrible way to die, I said. Yeah, I don't have any control over it. It's what happens when they make a blood oath with me, Kenneth says, still gruesome, and we agree. Then we laugh about it. Room service arrives, and we all have a late early meal while we wait to hear from Matthew. I ask Renata how she knew something was going on at home, and she says, I'm not sure. Since I discovered I am pregnant, it's like I am more in tune with my powers, and it felt like the earth was telling me. I pulled her into me and held her to me. I am amazed by her every day. Skype rang, and I hit connect right away and said, Matt. And he grinned at us. He says, Well, that was some of the grossest shit I have ever seen. Eldon puked and Robert fainted. Great times, and it's all on video. Tell Abe to have it with him at council. They'll get a kick out of it. And he busts out laughing. My brother, the sick fuker. But I love him. We hung up and watched the video. It shows Lionel blustering and demanded his daughter, and Matthew telling him he was welcome to come get her. Then he turns to Eldon and Robert, and he says, You two are not allowed on my land. The Hellhound warriors are under command by their alpha to kill you, or anyone in your family, if they set foot on pack lands. Then he looked at Lionel and asked him if he was feeling bad, and turns back to Eldon. Watch carefully, Eldon. What is about to happen is a direct result of betraying the Black Alpha. And sure enough, when it was over, Eldon puked, and Robert fainted.
Chapter 22. Not my most shining moment.
Everyone is up and dressed. Orion in a navy blue suit and red tie. Renata is dressed in a red knee-length dress and wedges. Nothing fancy, understated but elegant. The time had come for them to sneak out of the motel and into the council building. Orion grins at her and asks, Ready to have some fun? She nods and says, Hell yeah. Abraham is sitting in the front passenger seat, turned facing Renata and Orion, and he coaches, Allow me to do the talking. Any questions directed at either of you, just nod, and I will answer, in spite of how aggressive they seem. They can't rattle us. We have an ironclad case. Let's get our game faces on. It's showtime. They walked into the council building and directly to the information desk. Abraham said, Alpha and Luna Demeter of Dark Shadow's pack here to see the council. They were told to have a seat, and they would be called. And Orion tried to be patient. He tried to be nice. But after 30 minutes, he was done with that shit. He marched to the desk and boomed, "What room?" I said, "What room?" And the woman said, 219. Orion turned to a warrior. Pointing at the woman behind the desk, he says, "She warns no one." And he turned and punched the elevator button up. Renata says to Abraham, "I think your not rattling scenario just flew out the window." And Abe replies, "I think you're right." Orion doesn't knock. He doesn't speak. He takes Renata's hand and kicks the door open, looking at each of the 13 men individually. Then he asks, "What in the fuck did you think you were trying to do? Because if it was to piss me the fuck off, congratulations. Well done. Now, you will sit quietly. You will not interrupt. I tried to do this the council way, but y'all tossed that shit out the window. Now we do it the Black Alpha way. Abraham, the floor is yours." Abraham held the floor for 45 minutes, finally telling them he would take questions. An elder named Quentin asked, "You expect us to just say sure you can be king simply because his birthmark is alluded to in some book?" Abraham rebutted with, "A goddess-sanctioned book. Her sigil is on the cover." Another elder says, "We can't agree to anything until we have had the book vetted and verified." Abraham responds, "The book leaves neither our sight nor possession." This back and forth went on for nearly 3 hours, and Renata had enough. "You pretentious asses want to place yourselves above the moon goddess herself. This book was blessed by her long before any of you were even born. Yet, you act like you sit in judgment of her words. All I can say is you'd better hope she doesn't catch wind of the low esteem in which you hold her word. That is one lady no one should want to piss off." And the room fills with a sound of thunder, and lightning flashed in the corner, and Orion squeezed her hand asking, "Baby?" And she shook her head no, just as a beautiful woman with flowing white hair stepped from the corner. Renata whispers, "Holy shit." The woman giggles and says, "Hello, child. It is so good to see you again." And Renata ran to her, "I've missed you, Mother Moon." The goddess giggled again and said, "You had learned all you could from me. It was Alice's time to teach you." Renata introduced her to Orion and Abraham. The moon goddess looked at Orion and said, "I chose well for my creature's king. My brother Hades has a sick sense of humor. For centuries, he has been trying to break the barrier between hell and earth's realm. That book will be destroyed today. It was sanctioned by me, but the resurrection of Hades to return to this realm was added later by a dark witch to destroy my hounds. And make no mistake, hellhounds are my creation. They were essentially created as my police unit. Instead, Hades kidnapped the original. He held him in hell. He forced him to kill, and when he escaped, I promised him he would never go back and one of his descendants would be king and would stop the persecution of all my hounds. Now, let's unfreeze these codgers. I want to hear what they have to say." She waves her hand, and they all start talking at once, asking who she is, why she's there, how she got in the room. She let them come at her for several minutes. Then she said, "Shut up. I am the moon goddess, you twits. And this is how this is going to go. In 2 days, you will hold a video conference announcing the rightful king and queen has been found. You will not give their names, and you will announce the coronation is in 2 weeks. Am I understood?" Quentin asked her. "How do we know for certain he is king, or that you are the goddess?" She looked at Abraham and asked, "You showed him the pertinent parts of the book, and this illiterate fool couldn't read it, I'm assuming?" And Abraham nods. Then she looks directly at Quentin and called his wolf, "Quincy, you best tell your human who I am, and if he ever questions my decrees again, you will be being reborn in someone deserving of you." Quincy responds, "Yes, mother." She asks, "Anything further?" No one responds. She turns to Renata and Orion. "Grab your friends and come on. I will take us all to the royal kingdom." Only royalty can access it. So that should have been the only test council gave you. To the council she said, "When we return, I want to see the alpha address you plan to present." And they all followed her from the room. The goddess turned to the group. "I am Selene. I trained Renata in her gifts. Her parents were my dearest friends. The war between the fairy and fae happened. They asked me to protect her, and I happily did. I can't interfere in earthly events. The fates would have my head, and the council would have eventually remembered the kingdom, and then you would have proven your rightful place." Orion smiled. He wrapped his arm around Renata, kissing her temple, and told her, "Every day you amaze me. You have goddesses as guardians, trees as friends, gifts and powers that are so incredibly wonderful and frightening at the same time. I am so proud to call you mine." She smiled shyly and replied, "The goddesses couldn't stay with me. They could only visit, having to stay hidden while the war waged. I had mostly small animals and the fruit of the earth as company. And I taught myself to listen. And they taught me they just want to be heard." Selene clapped her hands as they stepped through a portal of sorts. The group had been walking down a dimly lit corridor for about 10 minutes. Orion looked around them and asked, "What is this? Where is this?" Selene giggled and said, "This is the royal kingdom. It will become apparent if the two of you can open the gates. The entire property is cloaked. The council is the only group of earthbound beings who knew the location. Being their usual obstinate selves, they preferred to doubt, instead of following the proof. Word of advice: abolish the council. Have Charles and Abraham set up a panel of advisors with only the same goals as you. Now, let me see you open the gates. And Brian, video it. I want no doubts." Orion and Renata stepped to the gates. The emblem, mounted dead center, was identical to the marks they both carried since birth. They each placed their hands, palm down, on a flat keypad to the side. The warmth of their palms increased, and their hands glowed. Suddenly, a loud groan was heard as the gates squealed and rolled from view. And as they watched, buildings took shape. A bustling town square appeared, little specialty shops, cafes, a bookstore, a tailor's, and a bakery, a seamstress. It was an enchanted community that had lived 200 years trapped in time. They looked at Selene with wide eyes. She mutters, "Yes, yes, I know. When I enchanted the kingdom, I didn't think it through okay. So sue me." She glances at Abraham imploringly. "It shouldn't be too difficult to get them up to snuff. Bring them up to speed, whatever, right?" And the entire group cracked up. Abraham says, "It's going to be a nightmare. These people have never seen electricity, have no idea about technology. I gotta ask, what were you thinking?" As they all laughed, even Selene, as she retorts, "Okay, not my most shining moment, I admit. I was grieving. My hellhound had been murdered. All because Hades invaded the mind of a greedy man. And all I could think was to preserve the kingdom. So I did, and to my shame, I forgot about them." Orion looked at all of them and smiled, saying, "Let's explore and introduce ourselves. Brian, pinpoint the coordinates on this place. This is the true home of our people. Let's get them heading this way."
Chapter 23, Personal Advisor, Orion's POV.
I held Renata's hand as we stepped through the gates. We could hear whispers of "the king has returned," and everyone running around to alert everyone else. The moon goddess leaned over to Renata and whispered, "They think it's only been a few months since they lost the former king." And Renata gasped. She scolded, "You really dropped the ball on this one, Mother Moon. These poor people, they are in for serious shell shock, for shame." I watched the goddess hang her head and fought the laugh back. My mate chewing the moon goddess's ass for being careless. Good times. Looking around, I could see mountains rising majestically to the west. The land was vast, the borders denoted by the faintest of shimmers. I asked, "The lines of shimmering air, Those are the borders? And Selene looked shocked. You can see them? Rennie, can you see them? At Renata's nod, the goddess clapped her hands and says, those are the wards, to alert you to any intruders not accessing checkpoints. A safety precaution of sorts. Like your security cameras, I believe, we laughed. I turned to Brian. I believe us to be somewhere in Colorado. Maybe southern Wyoming. Those mountains appear to be part of the Rockies. Incredible to think this has always been here. As soon as you have coordinates, alert Matthew, and get our people on the move. We are going to need them. I stepped to the middle of the town square and allowed Heracles forward. His voice projected, attention, all people of Hound's Kingdom. There will be a meeting in the courtyard of the palace in 1 hour. I will explain all that you will need to know for the time being in the coming weeks. All your questions will be answered. Thank you. We made our way to the palace, and the doors stood open, with staff members lined up outside on either side. A stately gentleman stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, I am Gerard, head butler, in charge of the staff. I shook his hand while he looked at me shocked, and I told him things will be done differently with this regime. The Queen will request an audience with you in a day or two to explain the changes. Until then, carry on as usual, he nodded, and moved to dismiss the staff. This is going to be difficult. We toured the palace, looking at relics of a past we never knew existed. What if Eldon had succeeded? What if he had killed Renata? Killed me? All Hellhounds would be lost forever. This kingdom, trapped in time forever. I know a war is coming, and we will be prepared. I look out over the courtyard, filled with about 300 people. I ask Selene, is this all that was left after the battle? She nods sadly. They were all I could save, and only then, by enchanting the borders. I am grateful to Alice. Every day, without Earth's glamour, these hounds would not have survived. I nodded and whispered, thank you, Mother Moon, and I addressed the throng. My name is Alpha King Orion Demeter, our queen, Luna Queen Renata Demeter. While time has stood still here, in our kingdom, the entire world has continued changing and evolving. In 16 days, on the next full moon, we will hold the official coronation and reopen and reintroduce our home to the world. In a few hours, other hounds will be joining us. An estimated 12,000 will arrive. Do not be alarmed. They are hellhounds. We are back, and we will remain. Please be patient with the rest of your pack as they arrive. They have much to teach you, and you have much to learn. There will be many public announcements in the days to come. For now, know you are safe. You will remain safe, and times are changing for the better. The crowd went wild, shouting, long live our king and queen, and Renata smiled at me. Linking, I'm proud of you, I love you so much. And I pulled her into me for a kiss. Brian speaks up. The council has made their decision and are requesting our presence. Selene in turn remarks, I will take you to the portal, and then I must leave you. But I will be watching, always watching. And Brian smirks stalker, while she just giggles. Entering council chambers caused a weird feeling to wash over me. Oh yeah, these guys are history. There is an intense negative vibe here. Aaron barked, rise for your king. Have we been so long without a monarch you have all forgotten proper protocol? On your feet. And they all shot up from their seats, while my bride hid her giggle. Abraham asks, allow me to read the press release? I will amend it as I see fit and pass it back. And they handed him 2 sheets of printed paper. Quentin spoke, Orion. And Aaron barked again, you address him as, Your Majesty, Your Highness or Sire. Using his given name without permission is tantamount to treason. I link him, is it me? Or has Achilles fallen directly into his role as royal beta? He's making me crazy, side-eyeing everyone as a potential threat. refusing to tolerate anything he perceives as disrespect, instructing me on my duties. The mutt is telling me how to do my job, and I couldn't stop my laugh. Abraham passes the pages back to Quentin. He said, I have only made a few changes, and that only to pertinent information. The king was not found, he was born. He was not chosen, he was anointed. He not only was anointed, his royal appointment was dictated by the fates. The press release will be delivered at precisely 8 p.m. tonight. This gives us time to get back to the kingdom and prepare for the furor which will occur. Afterwards, the king and queen will meet with you, all of you. I looked at each man, and I asked, you have all agreed my claim to the throne is authentic and valid? And every man nodded. I replied, excellent. We take our leave, and spun on my heels, leading my mate and our group to our vehicles, hauling ass out of there for the 3-hour drive to the kingdom. I spoke. Brian, have electricity be the first priority for our people. Tell the men to get that up and running first. Have as many people working to get running water. Abraham, I want to perform the ascension ceremony for the 3 of you as soon as we get back to the palace. You will all feel a shift in your power, so I want you prepared. Aaron, get on the phone with Matthew. Have him ask Tim to order electronics television computers. Everything we need to set up a security network. Let him know we need it today. I am sure Kenneth or Charles have kept Matthew apprised of the day's events thus far. Renata sighed. This is happening so much faster than we anticipated. It's good, inasmuch as it will throw Eldon's plans for a loop. But it also gives him more time to plan and plot. And without the book anymore, he will be relying on memory, and that makes for a dangerous enemy. I nod, agreeing with her. As I pull her closely, I mention, we need to eat. My queen and pup need chocolate. And she laughs and claps her hands. Chocolate, the sustenance of the gods. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. I laugh. We ended up at a fast food drive-thru for some quick burgers and a chocolate milkshake. Within minutes of finishing, Renata was in my lap, napping. Abraham asks, what are your plans for the council? And I sneered, they are done. I want to establish a team of 15 advisors. I will offer Charles the position of lead advisor. He will always be the tiebreaker in any even vote. I am wondering, Abraham, if you will accept the position of personal advisor, my ear to the people. Only you will have access to me 247 in all matters political. Your background in law will go a great distance in getting our kingdom where we need to be. Every department head answers to you, and you bring it to me. With the exception of my dad and brothers, the only people I truly trust are in this truck. I know it's an important decision, so take your time, my brother. Abraham sat several moments, mulling over what I had laid out in front of him. It is a lot of responsibility, but I know he is capable. He cleared his throat and says, I will accept. There are several particulars I would ask we hammer out before I am sworn in as. What would my title be? I reply, personal advisor to the king. We laughed, and he said, well, that's hefty. And we laughed again, arriving at the gates of the kingdom. We are stopped immediately by a sentry. State your business, he ordered, and Aaron cracked up. He says, I like it. And we laughed again. I put my window down and said, let us pass. And the sentries parted to the sides of our vehicles. The looks of shock and amazement on the faces of the residents was funny. This is going to be interesting. We exit the car and Aaron stops. His eyes change to his wolf, and we all watch him scent the air. He whispers, mate, and takes off. Renata giggles. She smiles. Interesting indeed. I have my beta female. Ooh, I am so excited. And Brian says, it doesn't take much, Renai. And we laugh. He's right. She gets excited over the smallest things. I love it. It makes the world brand new when we see it through her eyes. I look at everyone and tell them, let's get started.
Chapter 24. He wants a Fu King TV.
It's been nearly 2 weeks, and everything was going according to schedule, except Erin's mating. Her name is Evelyn. She's a midwife and one of the original members of the kingdom. And while she is technically over 300 years old, physically she's 20. A midwife by skill and making Erin prove himself a good man. It's been hilarious. For us, not so much for him. We have 2 days, only 2 before the coronation. Rinatada has the palace in a frenzy. The dining hall, ballroom, and throne room are prepared and decorated. The menu consists of all her recipes. Their cabinets of advisors and assistants will be announced after the coronation, and the former council will be informed they have been disbanded. All alphas have received the invitation, allowing no room for refusal. Even Eldon and his sons. Alistair is joining Orion's team of advisors, and Alicia will be allowed to attend. Rinatada has decided that the greatest punishment Alicia could suffer would be to force her to return with her mate to his home. Rinatada ran into Orion's office, looking frantic. A mouse in my kitchen, Orion. I spoke with him, but he is refusing to move out. He has a rather large family who reside under the floors, but I can't allow them to run free. Not when there will be 500 guests underfoot for a week. What can I do? I don't want to displace them, but they can no longer freely roam the kitchens. Will you speak with him? As king, he will listen to you, right? We can build him a house, provide food for his family. I mentioned all that, but it came across as a request. I'm afraid you need to march down there and King order them to move. Come on. And there was no stopping the laughs. Orion tried desperately not to laugh in her face. Her hormones have her all over the place, and some of those places aren't pretty. And some of them are painful, like yesterday, when she popped Brian in the ass with lightning because he stepped on a weed on the ground in the garden, where there are millions of weeds, hard to miss. But apparently the weed whined, and yay, that's a thing. Weeds whine and Queen zaps her gamma with lightning. Orion speaks as calmly as he can. Baby, I can't talk to animals like you can. I can't guarantee my command will work on a mouse. I am king of wolves. Maybe it doesn't bring the same respect to a mouse. I mean, for you. I can try. But how would it even work? And so yeah, that was the wrong thing to say. Come with me now. I will interpret. But you will order him out of my kitchens. What nonsense. You command legions of wolves, all willing to do your bidding. Now come. Oh no. What if there's a mouse king, and we have to arrange a meeting to reach an agreement? There's no time. Our first guests start arriving tonight. They can't see the mouse. Please fix this, Orion, please. Erin laughed, couldn't stop laughing, and tries saying, Little fairy, calm your mind. Too many thinking things. Orion stands and says, To the kitchens, gentlemen. We have mice to evict. And even though everyone got up to follow, the laughter didn't stop. Entering the kitchen, Orion says, Bring the culprit to me. And the guys laughed even harder. They really lost their shit when they heard Rinatada. Hector, get out here now. The king must speak with you. And sure enough, a little brown mouse appeared on the counter in front of Orion. Ever the diplomat, Orion begins. Hector, is it? May I call you Hector? It seems you're living here, inside the palace, in the kitchens, has upset my queen. I am offering you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to relocate to a home of your own built to accommodate the size of your family, with a never-ending supply of food, but only if you accept and agree to vacate today. What say you? Hector is squeaking a mile a minute, and Rinatada is arguing back. And now, even the maids and servers are rolling. After several minutes, Rinatada sighs and looks at Orion. He wants to see floor plans before he makes a decision. I can't reason with him at all, Orion. Orion looks at her and sees a tear about to roll down her cheek, feeling the rain rolling in, and understands he is about to lose his temper with a mouse. but no one makes his mate cry and remains unscathed. Hector, I tried to play nice, but you have upset my mate, and you are out of options. A house will be built for your family at the edge of the garden. You will vacate this kitchen immediately, or, and I mean this, an exterminator will arrive within the hour, and your entire family will perish. There will be no more negotiations, and no more debate. Come, baby, you need to relax. And they headed back to his office, and not one person in the palace could keep a straight face. Orion sat in his chair and wrapped his little fairy into his lap and whispered, I love you. No more arguing with the pests. Tell them what you expected. If they don't comply, come find me. And the room erupted in laughter again. Brian says, I am writing a fucking book. This shit is bestseller gold. Orion says, not one word. It's bad enough the staff will have it all over the kingdom in minutes. Renata was already sleeping. He knew she was exhausted. Spent her morning dueling with a mouse named Hector. Abraham speaks up. We will be accepting nearly a third of the guests this evening. I have 2 carpenters constructing Hector's house in the garden and instructed them to place a good-sized larder to store food. Hopefully, that eradicates the rodent issue, Aaron remarks. I can't believe you said all that shit with a straight face. And laughter reigned supreme. Once more, Orion asks, where are we on security for Eldon and his 7 other sons? I want eyes on them. At all times. Alistair, they are only allowed 2 guards each, and the guards are not to be housed in the palace. Put them in the barracks with our single warriors. No more than 2 each. All others are to be turned away at the gate. We will begin as we intend to continue. It's going to be a hell of a week. And with the Queen's hormones so out of whack, I have a feeling it's going to be like watching Comedy Central. Alistair responds, we have all of them in the West Wing. All rooms are equipped with surveillance equipment, and I have full-time monitors on duty. They will be watched, and they will have 0 opportunities to meet anyone alone. Abraham pipes in, Rinny has sectioned off a group of rooms exclusively for the single females, including Alicia, with guards to keep any men from that area. The volunteers we had requesting that assignment was phenomenal. And everyone chuckled. Renata was stirring and waking up. She sat rubbing her eyes as they all watched Hector pop onto Orion's desk. She listened intently as he squeaked his foo head off. And then she sighed. She nods at him, and he scampers off. She bangs her forehead on the desk a few times, and without lifting her head again, she mumbles, he wants a fucking TV, and they lost it.
Chapter 25. Maybe we can trick her.
The day of the coronation has arrived. The crown jewels sit atop ruby-colored cushions on a table in the throne room. Orion stands on the dais in a royal blue suit with a ruby sash facing his queen. Also dressed in ruby red, Charles is performing the ceremony as senior advisor, and as he places the crowns on their heads, the crowd drops to a knee pledging allegiance. All but 8 alphas. Orion led Renata to the thrones, and they sat. He awaited his men's arrival to the stage. After they had assembled, he named their positions. Sharing blood, and each man visibly increased in size, with the power that infused their bodies. It was fascinating to watch. Once it was done, Orion instructed everyone to meet in the dining hall in an hour. Renata was headed to change into dinner clothes when her arm was grabbed, nearly spinning her around. A voice spoke, "Don't think you've won, girl. This hasn't even begun." As she opened her mouth to respond, Alistair spoke from behind her. "Unhand the queen, father. I can execute you right here and not think twice." Eldon roared, "Traitor, trash. You betray your own blood by consorting with the enemy." Orion had felt Renata's anger and was already rounding the corner. Hearing Eldon's words, he snapped, "You are only here because it was mandatory all alphas be in attendance. Do not make me regret it more than I do. And make no mistake, The only reason I am allowing you to continue breathing our air is because I am curious to see how far you are willing to go to assure the annihilation of your family. Now leave this corridor, leave this wing, and never accost my queen again." Orion looked her over, thanking Alistair, made his way to their chambers to change. Once that was done, they headed to the dining hall to await being announced. She smiled at her handsome king and said, "This pomp and circumstance is too much. I want us to start our own traditions. The old ways are archaic and divisive. We need approachable and accepting." He grinned. "Anything for you. All this folderol is not suited to our personalities." Once Gerard announced them, they went to their table at the head of the room. Dinner was a boisterous affair. The chatter was loud, and Renata was enjoying talking with Evelyn when the sound of glass shattering and a slap sounded, followed by a whimper. She jumped to her feet and spotted one of the younger servers on the floor, Alicia, standing over her. Renata took off at a dead run. "You have to be fucking kidding me." And reaching the server, seeing a gash down her upper arm pouring blood, Renata healed the server and said, "Go to your room, wash the blood away, change, then come join us at the table." Turning to a guard, she asks, "Did you see what happened? Can you explain it to me?" He replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Marisol was refreshing everyone's water. When she reached to fill this woman's glass, this woman bumped Marisol's arm, causing a small amount to spill on this woman's gown. She jumped up, slapping Marisol, causing her to fall, shattering the pitcher and cutting Marisol's arm. Renata whirled on Alicia. "You are not even competent enough to make it through one meal. How dare you lay hands on any one of my people? I have tried, literally forced myself to not kill you. Goddess knows I have done it 100 different ways in my head. Now you assault a member of my home. What the fuck is wrong with you? Where in your life did you take such a wrong turn? You are selfish, ignorant, immature, insecure, malicious, and immoral. You must have made your daddy so proud. Luke, where are you? You dickless wonder. Ah, there you are. Come here." Orion steps beside Renata, while Aaron, Abraham, Brian, and Alistair all flank her. As she waits, Robert steps closer to her and says, "My name is Robert. You know this." And she returns, Do I? Do I really? Because, to my recollection, for 8 months, while I was beaten and tortured, you told me your name is Luke. Here nor there. This skank is your mate. You will return to your pack with it and never return to this court with it in tow. A more suitable punishment could not possibly be found. For you both, and Robert, you are hereby commanded to mate and mark it immediately." Then Orion ordered, "And you will mark her now, in the presence of all your peers. Do it." And Robert sinks his teeth into her neck as she screams. Renata claps and yells, "Good times, let's dance." Orion laughs and says, "You have all just been formally introduced to your queen." The entire room erupts into laughter as shouts of "Long live the Queen" followed him into the ballroom, where he spots her speaking with the orchestra, like she hadn't just lost her temper. Amazing, as the music began to filter through the room. He made his way to her, offering her his hand, and led her to the dance floor. He spun her away from him, tugging her back in. He wrapped her in his arms and moved to the music. He leans down and whispers in her ear, "You have no idea the effect you have on me when you get so feisty." And she laughed. She said, "I love you so much." The evening went well. There were no issues. Alistair replied Eldon, and the sons retired for the evening, and Robert had vacated the premises with his mate. Aaron and Evelyn had come back into the ballroom marked and mated, and Renata went into her rambling about wanting to do a whole ceremony for them. Something about another new tradition for this regime. Orion simply nods, agreeing to anything she wants, as the night was winding down, and people were retiring to their rooms. An explosion shook the windows, and everyone saw a fireball in the distance. Orion looked at Brian, who said, "Got her, go." And Orion ran to where his people were frantically working to get the fire out. 3 people were injured and rushed to the hospital. Alistair tells him, "We are working to discover what type of explosive and where it came from." Orion yelled, "I want a full report by morning. Whoever did this has forfeited his life. Try me Fukers." And he left to meet his mate at the hospital, knowing Brian couldn't keep her away. And that's where he found her, holding the hand of a young teenage boy. He walked up to them saying, "Don't be stealing my girl, young man," and laughed. The boy said, "My name is James. The Queen healed me. She just healed me. I was burned all over, and now look." Orion chuckled and agreed their queen is amazing. He asked, "James, what can you tell us? Do you remember anything before the blast?" James replied, "Not much, and nothing concrete. I was walking home from the ball. I overheard 3 men arguing over where to place it for maximum impact. Wanted to make a statement. It was supposed to make you aware you aren't safe. The Queen is not safe. I did hear one of them say they still had to find the Dark Witch to destroy the wards on our borders." Orion thanked him, telling Rinatada to bring Brian and meet him in his office, as he linked his men to be there. Everyone was seated. Orion was sipping on whiskey, and Rinatada says she wishes she could have whiskey. Brian hands her a chocolate bar, and she was happy again. Orion says, "Alistair, theories?" Alistair shrugs and states, "I believe the explosion was caused by someone invited to the coronation, and I believe it to be any one of Eldon's or the Sun's men. They were overheard discussing a dark witch to break the wards on the borders, indicating they know they can only enter the kingdom on invitation. And that presents a whole other set of problems." Rinatada says, "I will speak with Alice. She knows of a dark witch thought to be the only one. That information could be erroneous, but she owes Alice a life debt, and maybe we can meet with her. Or Alice will. I really don't want to invite a dark witch on Pack lands." Everyone laughs and agrees that's not a good idea. Then Rinatada grins, an evil little grin, and says, "Maybe we can trick her into a blood oath."
Chapter 26. Herd them like cattle. Orion's POV.
It's going to be a long day. Starting now, Rinatada and I are heading to the hospital to see Evelyn for our first ultrasound. We have been so busy. Everything's so hectic. We haven't had time. But we get to see our pup today, and I am beside myself. Rinatada is lying on that little plastic bed with her blouse pulled up over her adorable baby bump, and I lean down to kiss her tummy. Evelyn walks in smiling. "Let's take a look at this little muffin, shall we? This will be cold." And she squirts gel on Renata's stomach, moving the wand around, watching the screen. She grins, "Right there. That little white blob, that's your bean. Wait a sec. There seems to be, yep, there is, another blob raying it there. Let me print these out." And she just walked out. Rinatada asks, "Are there 2? Or what? I'm confused." I chuckled and said, "Me too, baby, me too." Evelyn waltzes back in with 4 black and white pictures. She holds one up and says, "See? Baby A and Baby B. Twins. The heirs to the throne are twins." And I'm blown away. Twins. Baby. We don't do anything by half. Are you happy? She grins and kaises me as she nods. She asks, "Are you?" And I answer with a nod saying, "Let's go tell the family." And we raced back to the office. Everyone was happy with the news. Abraham has requested the Alphas to return home due to last night's bombing, and their departure is underway. I looked at Brian. "Do we still have access to Eldon's security cams?" He nods and proceeds to pull them up. We notice immediately he and Robert are arguing and Alicia is sat on the couch. Eldon yells, looking at Alicia, "One job, you had one job. Always bragging no man can resist you. Oh, anyone would be grateful to be in your bed, right? Well, whore, you belong to Robert now. That bitch outed what he did to her in front of the entire country. 2 alphas have pulled their alliances and Alpha Andre is considering it. Robert, round up your brothers. We strike soon. Renata stood up. She looks at all of us. I am going out to commune with nature. I need to summon Alice, and I mind link them to wait 10 minutes, and we will join her. As I watched Brian follow her outside. Walking out to the back side of the garden, my wife is arguing with Hector again. She looks up and says, the phone died, and apparently outlets were not put anywhere near his house, so he can't charge it. And he recommends we create a complaint department for the entire kingdom so issues like this can be addressed. I told him I have already established such a thing, and it is run by Helen Waite. And Brian couldn't hold it anymore. He chokes out. Then she told him the next time he feels the need to bitch about such inconsequential bullshit to, by all means, go to Helen Waite. He is still trying to figure why she's laughing, he guffawed. And we all laughed at the 3 of them. I glance up and see Alice, squatting by a tree, and she holds a finger to her lips. She's been listening for whatever reason, but I don't interfere. Renata sinks her fingers into the soil and concentrates. Finally, she opens her eyes and says, she's not responding, and Alice jumps up, yelling, boo, making Renata fall over and shriek. We laughed. Not so much, my queen. Oh, so it's funny now. It's funny to scare 10 years' life off a pregnant woman. I probably have gray hair. Is my hair turning gray? Why is it okay for you to scare me? But I do it. One time, I did it once, and your tree beat my ass. You do it almost every time you visit me. Ha ha, very funny. And now I forgot why I needed to talk to you. And it was important. You better hope Orion remembers, or I will get really mad at you again and pee in the river. And we lost it. I couldn't have held it if I wanted to. I asked, pee in the river. Alice responds, yep, that's the worst version of polluting my earth she can think of. I thought she outgrew that rambling crap. I shook my head, nope, and it's worse with being pregnant. Alice smirks. Why did she need to see me? Hopefully you remember, to spare my poor river. I laugh and reply, we are being threatened with a dark witch. Some alphas are planning to attack and are in search of one to destroy the wards on our borders, and Renata recalled you knowing one. Alice walks over and sits, pulling Renata between her legs, and starts braiding her hair, weaving tiny flowers in the twists, and starts to talk. I do know the dark witch Beatrice. She lives in the midnight forest. She was a white witch until her mate died. She turned to black magic to bring him back. He came back, all right, completely mad and totally evil. He tried to kill her, damned near succeeded. But I stopped him. I had to cause his death, but that was the only way to save her. She owes me a life debt now. I avoid her, though. That bitch is batshit crazy, so there is no use contacting her. Will she throw her lot in with the alphas? I ask. She muses. The wards on the borders were placed by Selene. A simple dark witch can't break them. Not without help. She needs at least 3, and I don't know of any others in this realm. Plus, Beatrice isn't the type to have friends she can call on. I would bet she'd be more apt to curse any alpha seeking her help instead of helping. But that's just my opinion. Abraham mutters, yep, never boring. And we laugh again. Alice looks up. Why is this mouse asking me about someone named Helen Waite? And Brian falls down laughing, saying, I can't even. Charles links me to meet him in my office, so I grab my crew and head back. Renata is talking all the way back, telling me to hear her out. She has an idea, and to appease her I ask her to hold her thoughts until we can all hear it. We get situated in the office and Dad starts talking right away. Eldon and his brood are on the move. If they are coming here, it will take them at least 24 hours. Moving 450 troops is no easy task. The issue will be what to do with 9 packs after these traitors are defeated. I have been looking into the alphas who pledged fealty for second-born sons, trying to decipher if they are alpha ready. I nodded and said, "You stay on that. Brian, I need your GPS talents again. Abraham, please notify Matthew and Kenneth that Eldon is on the move, then let the other alphas know. I want no one caught in the crossfire once I unleash the hounds. Renata has an idea to run past all of us." And she sits straight and smiles at us all. "I believe we should invite them over our border. The east border has miles of empty land. Any battle that happens, I can heal the land without much energy. We can set traps, anything to reduce their numbers. We know half their fighters have been impressed into service. They don't want to fight. They want to save their families. So what if we do that? I think it will give us control of the day." Abraham says, "That could work. But how do we get them to the eastern border?" And I respond, "We herd them like cattle."
Chapter 27, Freddy.
Aaron links the elite guard to meet everyone in the conference room. Time for some brainstorming. And they will need Renata's talents for some of it. Aaron points to their strategy map. Looking at Orion, says, "We want to dig a trench here around 2 feet deep and fill it with crushed shale and granite fairy. Can you glamour it to make it unseen?" She nods and responds, "Of course. And that will be the first line." "What about claymores?" "Filled with wolfsbane gas up about 50 yards from that. Not enough to kill them, but enough to knock out their wolves." Brian jumps in with, "We can install tripwires that will deploy silver cables for the next line." Orion suggests having them on remote triggers instead of tripwires. It would allow timing control. Maybe allow a line of wolves to cross, lulling them into a false sense of security. Abraham chimes in with, "We fill flamethrower tanks with oil, something soluble to not damage the earth, and have those ready for wolves crossing the border." Orion says, "I want triage tents set up about a mile from the front line. Baby, I want you to stay with the medical units, at least until I need your gifts to end it. I need to know you're safe. Aaron, go get started on that trench. Brian, set the remotes for the cable triggers. Dad, can you get munitions to set the claymores with the gas? Abraham, you're on flamethrowers. Renata and I will meet you on the battlefield after a quick stop by medical to let them know what we need." And Renata asks, "Can we stop by the kitchen? I want to let my ladies know to prepare tons of easy-to-eat foods and snacks, as well as several 100 gallons of potable water." Orion nods and grabs her hand, leading them all out to handle their part in the plan. Once Renata and Orion had taken care of everything that needed to be lined up, they headed for the eastern border. Brian walked over and said, "I have 600 warriors ready to deploy on the south and north borders. As soon as the enemy is spotted, they will begin sporadic attacks to bottleneck them towards the east. Thank goddess for the mountains to the west." Renata wandered over to the trench. It was impressive 4 feet wide, almost 3 feet deep, and 150 feet long. Wolves landing in that trench will break legs, gash legs and torsos. Some may sever limbs. That's going to leave a mark. She spotted Abraham supervising the placing of the claymore gas bombs and skipped over to him. He opens his arms to catch her and spun her around in circles, causing her to erupt in giggles. Orion spotted her from a distance when he heard her giggle. Charles asked, "That doesn't bother you?" And Orion said, "Why would that bother me? I know she loves only me, and I trust those men with my life. If anything, it reassures me. I know not one of my pack would hesitate to lay down their lives for her. They adore her, and she loves them, each and every one. Did you know? She addresses each one by their names. She knows the name of all 12,000 people in our pack." Charles laughs. "She's creating her family." And Orion replies, "Just like I did." Orion sees her stopping and speaking to the trees. and he knows she is apologizing to them for any pain they may feel from the upcoming battle. She skips in his direction with a butterfly atop her head, and he laughs. He said, "Your friend has tired wings, yeah." She grins and says, "No, he was just telling me that there is a nest of peregrines on the north side, and they may help if I ask. So can I go find them?" Orion shook his head and tells her, "I will walk with you." He shouts out, "We're off to see some falcons." And Aaron fires back, "Are they with the wizard?" Renata shakes her head, "Idiot." Approaching the peregrine's nest, she whispers hello up at them. She can hear the babies, so she thinks it must be their lunchtime, so she waits. Spying a bunny, she ran over and picked him up. He laughs and asks, "You just can't not talk to every living thing around you, can you?" She smiles up at him, saying, "This is Whitney. He wandered too far from the clutch and is trying to find his way back. But he's okay, because I hear his daddy grumbling about having to look for him. Again, Whitney, you need to stop wandering off. It's hard on your mama. And you see up there, right there in Mr. Pine? That is the nest of a family of peregrine falcons, and they will eat you. Ah, there's your daddy." Setting him down, she told the dad she scolded him, and the father must have thanked her because she uttered, "Welcome." She asked again, "Mr. Falcon, are you there? Can we talk a minute?" And sure enough, this huge falcon dropped down and landed at her feet, and she immediately sat. She praised him and preened his feathers all while she explained our situation. He was patient and listened calmly. Then he let loose with squawks and squeaks, and then she was hugging him and thanking him. So Orion assumed mission accomplished. They walked back to the battlefield, and the trench was dug and filled with rocks. And Renata glamoured it so the trench was practically invisible. Aaron walked up to Orion and asked if they found the falcons, and he laughs and says, "Oh yeah, but first she spoke with a butterfly." Made sure a bunny made it back to his dad after she scolded him about wandering off. Then this gargantuan falcon sat at her feet, while she combed his feathers, telling him why she could use his help. I am of half a mind to just let her end this joke of a war with her little fuzzy friends. Can you imagine Eldon's humiliation? And they both laugh. Everyone was back in the office, and Orion said, "Reports. What do we know?" Abraham speaks. "Lionel's old pack are floundering without an alpha on site. I have several applicants from the second and third sons of alphas. I have placed checks by the ones I believe are the best fit. If you could read through them now, maybe we can get an alpha to them by morning." Orion took the reports to read. Renata tells everyone Freddy will fly recon and be able to let us know which direction they will be coming from so we can get them where we want them. Aaron laughs. "Freddy Falcon?" Orion asks. "Why wasn't the bunny named like Bobby Bunny or something, in keeping with that theme?" Renata rolls her eyes. "Seriously, babe? You have 27 kids and see how many B names you come up with." Everyone cracked up. And Abraham says, "You asked." Brian tells them GPS still has them on a straight course to us. They have stopped for the night. It seems. I will keep monitoring. I have it set up to throw an alarm if the GPS activates. Orion tells Abraham which potential alpha he thinks will do well at Lionel's. And Abe agrees. He was his choice too. Then Orion says, "Dad, where are you with the applications for your advisor panel?" And Charles said, "There has been an overwhelming response. But I have a couple suggestions I'd like you to consider. First one, what if we reduce the number of advisors to 8 instead of 14? 14 is too many chefs in the kitchen. And second, what if we let the alphas elect who they might want in an advisory position? That saves a lot of shit coming back on the crown." Orion laughs. "Very good points. Consider it done. See that you guys." "My senior advisor advised me, and I followed his advice. See how it's done." Renata says, "Dork," and they all laughed.
Chapter 28. Herding Cats. Orion's POV.
We had all agreed to head to bed early. Tomorrow was going to be an exhausting day. I snuggled into my tiny fairy, rubbing her baby bump, whispering to our pups. I felt a tiny flutter beneath my fingers and asked, was that? And she nods. Our little beans are already jumping. I fell asleep with a smile on my face. The morning brought chaos. The back garden was full of falcons and eagles, all chattering away. Renata steps out and says, "Settle down, only one at a time, okay, Edgar?" And I snicker, because he's an eagle. She's nodding and scolds. "Why were you so far from home? Winter will be setting in soon. It's too cold for you to be so high." And the damned eagle hung his head. She looks at me with her big lavender eyes and tells me to get Brian to the office. Eldon is at Quentin's son's pack. Then she thanks the birds and to please keep her updated. We walked in the office, and she didn't even sit before she started. "Where is their GPS showing?" Edgar told me he believes they are at Quentin's son's pack. Did we even suspect they were players? Brian shakes his head. He's harmless. His son was vetted, and he swore allegiance. It makes no sense, unless they are attacking to gain warriors. I yelled, "Get on the phone to Bluegrass Pack. Brian, see if there are cameras to hack. I want eyes on them." "Now," Renata asks, "want me to ask the birds?" I shook my head, saying, "I don't want to take advantage of their kindness." "Yeah, I said it," Abraham says. Bluegrass answered. "And Eldon has requested troops. I told him I would speak with you and get back to him." I asked, "What's the alpha's name?" And was told Jeffrey, so I hit redial on the phone and hit speaker. Alpha Jeffrey came through the line, and I said, "Good morning, Alpha. This is King Orion. A little birdie told me you have company. Is he there?" Jeffrey replies, "Yes," and I demand to be put on speaker. "Well, Eldon, you do know Jeffrey has sworn allegiance to the crown, don't you? Therefore, he cannot loan you any warriors. And listen carefully, if one wolf in that pack is harmed in any way, your pathetic little rebellion will look like a tea party. Jeffrey Hound should be reaching your border in under 10 minutes, so stay on the phone with me. I want to know when that piece of shit is off your lands. How's your dad handling retirement?" Jeffrey comes back with, "Not too bad, actually. He seems to be getting a kick out of telling stories to the pups. I told him, hounds at your border. Send the word to allow entrance. Time to take care of your pest problem. They will stay with you until our little soiree is over. Have a wonderful day," and hung up. My beautiful mate walks over and kisses my cheek, saying, "Look at my big-assed hellhound making small talk. Makes mama proud." And I smacked her on the ass. She squealed, and we all laughed. Brian looks at me and laughs, GPS on the move, and clocking at about 90 mph, headed our direction. Glad they aren't on pause. They'd be here in no time, and no way to track them. Well, except for that little birdie. But Rinny would have to ask. Laughing is such a good way to throw tension away. Renata went down to the kitchen to help with food preparation. She's worried we'll get hungry. Goddess. I love that woman. She puts every one of us before herself. Brian holds up his tablet and says, "Look," and I do. Even though I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at. A red blinking beacon in the center of a bunch of squiggly lines. Check, I see it. Brian groans, "Ag, just fucking ask what it is." They've stopped. The blinking light is them. All these little lines are streams, rivers, roads. See, right here? They went off-road, meaning they are either setting up a base camp or grouping up to launch. I decide to link my mate. "Hello, my tiny fairy. I need a favor." She responds, and I ask, "Would you be able to send Freddy or one of the others to fly south about 25 miles and let you know what they see?" She says, "Absolutely." I look at Brian and say, "Freddy will check for us." He laughs, and I ask, "Why is that funny?" He responds, "Because this is our new norm, and it makes us more unique than we were." He has a point. Aaron walks in with a pout. So I ask, because I'm a dumbass, He whines, seriously whines. Rennie is making chocolate mousse and Charles asks to lick the bowl first. Brian says, "Doesn't she use 3 different batters for that?" And I nod, but nobody saw it, because they were both running to the kitchen. Abraham comes in and asks where all the guys are. I shrugged, licking chocolate. "I'm waiting on a report from Freddie." "Sheesh, that sounds weird." And we both laugh. The guys walk in and Abraham says, "Go wash your damned face, Aaron. Was your whole head in the bowl?" Renata comes in with Freddie on her shoulder and tells me, "Freddie has an update for you." And I nod like I can interrogate him, and she says, "Just say it, Freddie. I will translate." Looking at me, she tells me, "Freddie is giving me shit about telling me, because I'm a hen with a clutch of eggs, and he doesn't want me to get upset." And yep, I couldn't stop the laugh. The whole time Freddie is staring at me with his head cocked like I'm the idiot. But thankfully, he starts his series of squawks and shrieks and clicks. All the while Renata nods. She stands up and opens the window, and off he goes. Renata turns and looks at Alistair and shakes her head. "I am so sorry, Ollie. Your dad is a complete dumbass. Buck up, though. You and Orion seem to have skipped that gene. Eldon is sending his warriors out in waves of 100 per wave. 2 waves, probably 3, now, are on their way toward us from the south." I couldn't help it. I laughed. He is literally sending them to die. And if he is sending them to make a stand at the border, we would be aware and ready anyway. Brian says, "What if his strategy is no strategy? A confuse your enemy plan?" Renata shrugs. "Well, that's an even dumber plan. That man's gonna die." Aaron says, "Barry says the first wave is approaching from the south." And I said, "Have them give chase towards the east, pushing them in that direction." Aaron busts out laughing and tells us, "I told him to head them east, like herding cattle." And 5 minutes later, he comes back with "like herding cats, you said, right?" And we all laugh. I stand up and say, "Come on, family. Let's go kick some ass and forget the names."
Chapter 29. Time to take the trash out. Orion's POV.
We reach our tent site, and I ask Renata to stay within this area. And she said she will try. How reassuring is that? I head down to the front line. Abraham is leaning against a tree, watching the border. I asked, "Who's your friend?" He smirks. I didn't catch his name. Yeah, that's going to be a standing joke for who we are now. Brian trots over and asks, "Where's Luna?" And I say, "Trying to stay by the tents." He says, "Trying?" I shrugged. She's honest. She gets antsy and nosy. A fairy's inquisitive nature. I think Brian laughs and tells me I will probably find her in a tree feeding baby squirrels. Maybe so, maybe so. A link comes in. The first wave was headed our way, with the second wave trailing. As I watch, I see about 80 wolves standing in the tree line. I link Aaron. "I thought our intel had it at 100 wolves per wave. Yeah, some of them are choosing to die. Pity, actually. At this rate, Eldon will be down by 20% before he begins." The sense of humor of our crew is twisted. Ain't nothing better. I turn and see my wife walking toward me with 4 bottles of water and sandwiches. Her solution to everything. Broke a nail? Eat. You'll feel better. Stub a toe. Have a sandwich. But I smile and kiss her, telling her thank you. I asked, "You done trying?" She giggled and says, "I wanted you to have something on your stomach before this thing amps up." I leaned down and kissed her like it was the first time. Brian walks over and says, "Third wave rolling in. Come on, Rennie. I'm in the mood for chocolate. I'll give you a piggyback ride." And she hops up on his back as I mouth, "Thank you." And he sings out, "Gamal protects Lunanae." And I just shake my head and thank Goddess for him. I look around and spy Abraham. "Any word from the southern hounds?" "We have 3 waves, which means 2 more before Eldon finds his balls." Abraham replies, He will be here within the hour. He wants to make an entrance. And sunset is in an hour. He knows his warriors can't cross the border without an invitation. And he knows you can't be taunted into an invite. Without him here, he is a strategist, just not a very good one. More of a, you sank my battleship type strategist. Fuck me, Abe. I think that's the most I've heard you say at one time. In years. He laughs and tells me to fuck off. Aaron comes through the link pause on the ground, heading to the east, not without protest. But we convince them. I glance at Abraham. Good times. He grins. Great times. Brian runs up and asks if I have seen Rinny. I ask, did you misplace the queen again? He shrugs. Not misplaced. Just wandered off. I heard a little giggle and said, it's not nice to glamour to slip your gamma, Luna. She giggles again. She giggles again, and I look around to see if I can catch a hint of shimmer. And sure enough, right behind Brian, I lurched to his side and wrapped my arms around her. She yells, hey, no fair. I laugh and kiss her nose. You can stay up there, and glamored. She nods and pops her wings out, flits to a stout tree branch and sits. I point to the tree and say, do not let her fall. And even Abraham is laughing. You just commanded a tree, dude, I said. Shut up. Renata shouts. I see them. They're about 10 miles that way, pointing southeast. I say to the wolves at the tree line, if you fight today, you will die. This lunatic you follow is pitting you against 1,000 hellhounds. And that's only a small amount that reside within these borders. If you are fighting to protect your families, know our pack is a sanctuary pack, as Tobias. His family is safely ensconced within these walls. His kids are healthy, thriving. Your families can have that same security. Decide. Time is running out. None of them move. I look at Aaron and Brian. They both shrug. Alistair says, I smell Dad. I grin and say, let's get this party started. After another 10 minutes or so, it seemed they had arrived. The 3 alphas stood side by side behind their wolves. Cowards. I stepped straight up to our border. I laughed loud and long. Then I started to speak. Hello, Daddy. Welcome to Dark Shadow's pack. Do come in. Eldon roared back. What kind of trick is this? You can't just tell me to cross your border. I laughed again. Of course I can. It's my border, to my pack. And I know Beatrice refused to help. If you even found her. I offered your men sanctuary before you arrived. But that offer is about to expire. So, let's not wait for the new moon. I want to be sleeping before midnight. And that did it. He sent a wave of about 100. They charged the line and leaped, hitting the trench. Yelps, howls, snarls and growls filled the air, and 100 wounded wolves lay still. I told them, try not to move too much. It will make it worse. And Eldon screams, that's cheating. Where's your honor, your pride? I said, up a tree, and my pride giggled. Eldon was livid, growled at his second wave, and they took off charging at us, avoiding the trench, soaring over it and landing, keeping pace with each other. And 50 feet above the trench, claymores detonated, blasting every single wolf with wolfsbane. And now 100 naked men are on the ground writhing in agony. Now heehaw wolves running back south as quickly as they can. I laugh and say, you will die today, Eldon, as will Robert, but there's a special way that he will die. Your other sons will lose their titles and their packs. Amazing that the only ones to carry on the Demeter name are the 2 who are ashamed of it, the 2 who don't want it. A lightning bolt slammed into the ground in front of the alphas. I looked in the tree and heard her whisper, the fat alpha has a gun. I stand taller and sneer, you accuse me of cheating. Yet, your lackey is the one with a gun. Come on, bring the fight across my border. You wanted this, you got it. Come kill me so you can pour my blood on my Luna's burning heart. And his response is, you took my book. I laughed. That's what you took away from that? It wasn't your book, dumbass. You stole it. Something snapped, or someone went stupid, because they all charged the line at once. Brian let about 50 through, then triggered the cables. The 50 that made it through were ripped to shreds, and the 50 behind them lay decapitated on the ground. The same thing happened on the next charge, and I let 5 come at me. I snapped the first 2's necks. The third I ripped his head off. That was an accident, and I ripped the throat out of the 4th. While the 5th tried to run away and ran right into Aaron, who ripped his heart out. Glancing at Abraham, he's burning wolves right and left. And as I turn, I see Eldon and Andre standing over our border, and I grin over at Alistair, who shifts into his large gray wolf. We charge at them, and they shift. Andre is dropped by Alistair with one blow. I allow Heracles his head, and we shift. We tower over Eldon by 2 feet. Heracles swipes out with his right paw and rips all the way down Eldon's side. Eldon recovers enough to leap at us, and Heracles slams him to the ground. Looking at Alistair, backing off, we let him have the kill. I looked around for Robert, and when I finally see him, my heart hits my stomach and tries to leap out my mouth. My tiny pregnant fairy is standing in front of him, and she's taunting the shit out of him. And each sentence, she's popping him in the stomach, the throat, his legs, with little lightning bolts, forcing him back to our border. She yells, "How's it feel to be helpless? How does it feel to know no one is coming to help you? How does it feel to know your captor holds your life in her hands?" "What, Luke? Nothing to say? How's it feel, Luke? What's it like to know you are about to die?" And she hits him with a bolt strong enough to singe his hair as he lands at my feet. I wrap my hand around his throat and squeeze until he no longer draws breath. Renata walks over to me and wraps her arms around me. She grins and says, "It's over. Time to take the trash out."
Chapter 30, Sharing the Wealth. Renata's POV.
I rolled over and tried to wake Orion up. "Babe, baby, my water broke. Wake up, baby." And I hear, "Og, what FHE fuck? Why am I hurting?" I said. "I don't know, but we need to get to the hospital. My water broke. I already called Evelyn. She's meeting us there." And he growls, "Oog, goddess, that's painful." We are finally walking into the birthing center, and Orion has been doubled over in pain since we left home. Evelyn asks how far apart my contractions are, and I tell her I haven't had any. And she asks me to repeat that. What part of that could she misunderstand? Orion is moaning and rolling around on the bed beside me. Now I'm getting worried. Evelyn says, "Prop your feet in these stirrups. Let me see if you're dilated at all. I'm not sure what to make of you not having contractions." She reaches inside and Orion screams, "Someone make this shit stop." And she starts laughing. I am getting a little self-conscious now. Her fingers are up my hoo-ha and she's laughing. I asked her, "What are you laughing about?" She shakes her head. "Not you. The king is feeling your contractions. You're dilated about 8 centimeters, and you're going to have to push soon." She stands up and Orion groans again. Now I'm apologetic because I'm causing him pain and not for anything. Labor is a breeze. So I tell him I want at least 6 pups, and he yells out at another contraction. Evelyn walks back in and walks directly to Orion, giving him a shot for pain. After about 20 minutes, I let Evelyn know I'm feeling a lot of pressure, and she checks. Tells me I can start pushing. And still, all I'm feeling is a tightening, and a need to push. Orion is grunting and squeezing the shit out of my hand. He growls. I feel like a fucking baseball is trying to explode out of my cock. Og. And I laugh. He snaps, "Glad you're enjoying my pain." And I laugh harder. Then I feel a wet gush and a cry. And Evelyn says, "It's a boy." 10 minutes later, another cry. And we have twin boys. 2 beautiful little boys. Perseus and Roman. The boys are a couple weeks old, and we're all in the office. I am telling the guys about my labor experience and how I want at least 6 pups. Orion mutters, Of course you do. Labor is a breeze for you, not so much for me. And Evelyn and I crack up. She looks at Aaron and asks, Baby, if you could take away my pain to deliver our baby, would you? He answers, in a heartbeat, my angel Orion says, you wouldn't trust me, you would not. All the guys are looking at him in question, so I say, my labor was so easy because Orion took all my pain. We don't know how, but he never wants to do it again. And that makes me sad. He says, baby, no, I will do it. How hard can it be? I already felt like somebody grabbed my lower lip and yanked it over my head so I could kiss my own ass. But hey, bring on the pain. Aaron was laughing. Brian was past laughing and Alistair asks, that bad bro? Orion laughs. I'd rather let Eldon and the brothers beat me and chuck me into a ravine, bad bro. And the room erupts into laughter. Evelyn looks at Aaron and tells him, best buckle up, baby. You're next. We're pregnant. And he passed out, which we found even funnier. Percy starts to fuss, and before I can pick him up, Rome starts to exercise his lungs to not be outdone. Charles says, they're going to be strong boys. As he picks up Percy and hands him to me, Orion picks Roman up, changes him, and he passes him to me so I can feed him too. We hear a pecking at the window and Brian opens it. Freddie pops in and hops over to me. He looks the boys over and nods, flying off and out the window. I look at Orion, in shock. I tell him, Freddie said they are both hellhounds.
The end.